Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
It was only at this time that the Spider-Man noticed that there was a guy who seemed to be terrible mixed in among the bunch of spiders. Hey, Bats. Peter Parker still had the heart to say hello to Bruce at this time. In any case, they were fighting side by side before. Miles and 1610's Peter Parker came to Bruce's side at the same time. For some reason, they felt quite safe standing next to Bruce. So bad. Can you explain what you meant when you said it was too easy to die? 616 Peter Parker jumped directly to Bruce's side. Although he has only fought side by side with this bat once, having a bat as a teammate is at least more reassuring than that conceited Ultimate Spider-Man. I can deceive your spider sense hunt Spider-Man, and even carry out my own hunting across the universe. Is there really no way to save my life? Bruce's words can be said to be a bucket of cold water poured directly on all Spider-Man's hearts. On the head. Get them out of the atmosphere that just killed Damon's. Absolutely impossible, he is already dead. The Ultimate Spider-Man stood up directly opposite Bruce. It's just that Spider-Man is so tall that when facing Bruce, he still has to look up at the bat. She was not speaking but stood quietly beside the bat. Peter Parker said to the punk Spider-Man, "Think about it later." Now there are 3 of them, his scent drew them all here. So I thought we should, everyone knew what Ultimate Spider-Man wanted to say. This has now become a refugee camp for spiders, also known as a safe zone. Gwen glanced at Jessica but didn't say anything, after all. It was everyone's choice where they wanted to stand. He looked at the spiders and found a figure looking at him. Do you have a good relationship? Gwen said this without knowing why. Even though she already felt something was wrong when she said this. She also wanted to know how Bruce would reply to her. So the main reason now is to deal with the female Spider-Man called the Bride, who is also Spider-Silk. Bruce didn't say anything. This was Jessica's decision. As the 2 people here who know the most about this kind of thing, I guess it's up to us to get there and Divclass equals content out of 3. Jessica from 1610 walked up to Scarlet Spider and the others and said to them seriously, "There are 3 people here who know about this kind of thing." Gwen didn't know who Jessica was, but she could tell from the name that she was Spider-Woman. At this moment, a voice overwhelmed all the noisy spiders. "I believe you still remember that frequency." Scarlet Spider looked at Ben Reilly adjusting his shuttle tool. Apparently these 2 are members of the Air family. And now Damon's has brought them here. Before he could finish speaking, the big hand had already covered his face and pushed his head back. And golden light continued to overflow from his body. Boss Jessica might want to say something to Bruce. But Bruce just shook his head. "I don't have much time left, but you must listen." Ezekiel's voice was clearly beginning to weaken. Suddenly a weak voice sounded. Gwen's original excitement about seeing Bat was suddenly dispelled by Bat's words. Peter Parker did feel that his spider sense was going off. The light of the portal lit up, and many Spider-Man came through the portal, of course. He patted Miles on the back. All the Spider-Men expressed their condolences to the old man who died in Peter Parker's arms. At this time, Jessica from the 616 universe walked up to Bruce and stretched out her hand to him. "Thank you. Don't worry, we have someone who can cure you." Peter Parker still remembers that when they brought him to Earth 13, he asked why this place could become a safe zone. Hearing this, Gwen felt relieved inexplicably. 3 figures appeared in front of many Spider-Man at the same time. "I'm not your Ezekiel. I come from the world where Morlan killed you. I made this stupid uniform and continued your unfinished business in your name." Ezekiel shook his head, knowing his situation. Even Captain Universe is powerless to do anything. Jessica from 1610 directly dragged Bruce into the portal and left the universe. The British Spider-Man doesn't want to argue with the Ultimate Spider-Man at this time. One Damons has already put them in a tough fight. And now there are two more members of the Air family. I don't know what will happen next. What's the situation? Everyone leave through the portal. Let's evacuate. Immediately, British Spider-Man called to all the Spider-Man and left through his own portal. But the white-haired woman retorted, no fair. I want that pig too, he looks plump and juicy at this moment. Bruce stood quietly and looked at the group of Spider-Man. He was like a silent sculpture. And it was this mediocre person who completely lost their chance to hunt down those Spider-Man. Kill him for me, I brought us victory. How did it become like this until he came here? Ultimate Spider-Man was still struggling with how Damons was resurrected. Looking at everything, sorry, were you talking just now? The figure in the middle frightened all the Spider-Mans. Because it was Damons, the Damons they had just killed. Peter Parker of 616 wanted to stop Jessica. But the next moment, a black tentacle pulled Jessica away directly. I'm the only one who knows what's going on. And you'd better listen to me if you don't want to. No matter how many bats gather here, it is impossible to summon the successor. Although a bat suddenly appeared, it was not a big deal to Ultimate Spider-Man because the reading on that bat was 0. Ben Reilly smiled at that time, and then opened a teleportation door. Miles timidly responded to Gwen's greeting, then got back into the Spider Group and walked to Peter Parker in 1610. Parker, the sudden change stunned the three heirs. Why did you come here? Gwen fell next to Bruce and followed his line of sight to look at the spiders in the field. I want that pigs, the white-haired man yelled. He was serious about what was most important to the spiders. Clone it must be, Ben Reilly responded decisively. The talking time is over. The voice of Ultimate Spider-Man covered everything else. He stared at Peter Parker, who had taken off his headgear. At this time, Jessica Drew from 616 rushed directly towards the three successors. Let me buy us some time. We need to open a portal based on their frequency. Ben Reilly already had a rough idea at this moment. But this matter was really risky, my assistant. Bruce just told the truth. Jessica has always been his best helper. Jessica from 616 even shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" Gwen knew that bats didn't like talkative spiders. Although she had a lot to say to bats, she chose to remain silent now. Bruce didn't want to hear about setting a flag before the war. At this time, Gwen suddenly discovered an out-of-place figure among this group of Spider-Man. That was Bruce. Let's go to where the clone came from. Even the Thing was still trying to get into them. But at this time, two people had reached an agreement. Ezekiel. The old man's face made Peter Parker unable to believe it. Bride, you keep calling Spider Silk that, why? Peter Parker wanted to ask more, but it was obvious that the person in his arms could no longer speak. What Ezekiel knew could very well lead to their victory in this war. When the three Spider-Man walked into the portal, the spiders present suddenly calmed down. It was really surprising that Spider-Man would still be able to calm down one day. I don't care who this guy is, but what I know now is that this woman is the root of all our problems. Ultimate Spider-Man didn't want to continue talking to Bruce. He turned and left Bruce in front of him. Although Peter Parker in 1610 didn't know what Miles had gone through, the expression on his face was too familiar to Peter Parker. It was obvious that the older Spider-Man was not going to survive. Punk Spider-Man is still lamenting how Damons was resurrected. He was resurrected. How could that and amp % be resurrected? He turned his head in confusion and looked at the Ultimate Spider-Man, who was looking at him angrily. The two men and women in red trench coats had already rushed out without Damon's order. Even Made, who had just taken over her younger brother from Captain Universe Spider-Man, couldn't help but lower her head. And those Spider-Man who were brought back by the older Spider-Man Ezekiel had even sad faces. They were quite painful. Bruce reached out his hand and shook it but didn't respond. At this moment had taken off his hood, revealing his old face. He's also late. It always takes him a long time to dress up. On the other side was a white-haired man wearing a red windbreaker and holding a long whip. Damons noticed that Spider-Man and the others wanted to retreat, and immediately shouted, "Hurry up. Kill as many as you can before they disperse. It doesn't matter what any of you think. You're all just groping in the dark." As the elder Spider-Man was speaking, a pair of big hands quietly stretched out from behind him. But he didn't notice it. He turned his head and looked in the direction Miles came from. And sure enough, he saw Bruce standing on the other side, and Gwen in the white hooded spider uniform. That's because there is a person in this universe who has not given up the power of Captain Universe. But after that, Jessica did not leave Bruce's side. Instead, she stood here like Gwen, however. She did not choose to look at the spiders together, but chose to carefully observe Bruce beside her. Bruce didn't say anything. He looked down at the ultimate Spider-Man in front of him. It's just falling out of love, everyone goes through it. Impossible, I killed him, you saw it with your own eyes. The ultimate Spider-Man still couldn't accept the situation where Damons reappeared in front of them. It was obvious that the body had just been lying at their feet. That was the older Spider-Man that Peter Parker also brought back when he escaped from 2099. What are you waiting for? Bruce's voice made many Spider-Man react. They rushed towards the portal and began to leave this universe one by one. Ezekiel dead. Hi, Gwen greeted Miles, who did not step forward in the spider group. It has to be said that Bat's sudden attack surprised the heirs. They originally thought he was just an ordinary person, but now it seems that they were completely wrong. Earth 13, Central Park, New York. You have to forgive our brother Damons. He always likes to interrupt others. On the right side of Damons is a white-haired woman holding a dagger. He is wearing a red windbreaker and looks at him without a smile. The spider's in front of me. He knows this kind of conceited person best. They can clone themselves and resurrect themselves as many times as they want. Scarlet Spider-Man already knows how these guys do it. In this moment of confusion, a black sledgehammer hit the successors directly. But how could the successors who had hunted countless Spider-Man be hit by such an attack? But when they really came into contact with the sledgehammer, they found that it was a soft black substance that covered their bodies and obscured their vision. When the successors uncovered the black matter, where were the Spider-Man figures? Damn. Damons promised that he would torture the guy who suddenly took action to death with the most cruel means. Wait, you know everything about totems and Morlun. What should I do? Peter Parker quickly asked Ezekiel. The descendant, the other thing, the bride. The three of them are the key to everything. Protect their safety, otherwise all this is meaningless. Ezekiel stared at Peter Parker seriously. Captain Universe. Spider-Man was able to restore Ezekiel to health. Jessica, you took me away. Bruce told Gwen the reason why he came here in a concise manner. But the older Spider-Man rejected his request outright. Stay away from her. They had no way of seeing the Spider-Man's traces. Golden light appeared again. But this time it was more than just one person's figure. Riley, do you think what I think? The Scarlet Spider said to Ben Riley. Don't you understand yet? This is war. Ultimate Spider-Man yelled at Peter Parker. And from now on here I have the final say. No. You have no right to say that. You can't make the decision here. Peter Parker didn't believe he could say such a thing. But at this time he had to make a statement, but I can. The reason I was brought here is because I have the most experience with the successors. But Ultimate Spider-Man doesn't care about all this. The Ultimate Spider-Man also took off his mask and appeared in front of everyone with a face exactly like Peter Parker's. It's just that the two people are obviously fundamentally different. Peter Parker's messy hair contrasts with Ultimate Spider-Man's neat hairstyle. It's just one day at a time. Nonsense, I've been studying them for weeks. And I'm you from a little later in our timeline. Technically, I've been through everything you've been through and more. Between the two of us, I am the Ultimate Spider-Man. The Ultimate Spider-Man smiled. He was quite sure that he would never be any worse than this silly boy. He is the strongest in the world, Big Spider-Man. The Bat on the other side just watched silently as the two spiders engaged in their own conflict. This kind of thing is all too familiar to bats, very well. If you want to solve the problem like this, then come on. Ultimate Spider-Man didn't mind negotiating between them in this way. You have no chance of winning, so you never kill. Ultimate Spider-Man roared at Peter Parker. And the spider legs behind him fired a powerful electric current at Peter Parker. Spider-Man is extremely kind. But kindness also means that he can trust many people. Fight, Flash Thompson replaced Spider-Man on some Earth. And now he is the one who most wants to see the two Peter Parkers fight. Not to mention that the vast majority of people here are his peers. Captain Universe Spider-Man can feel the terrifying aura from Bruce's body. Spider-Man, who is most familiar with the clones, is gone. Don't you believe them when Bruce spoke? He looked directly into Peter Parker's eyes. You will when you become me. The roar of Ultimate Spider-Man made Peter Parker understand why Ultimate Spider-Man had always thought that he would be the younger one. But while Peter Parker easily dodged the attack from Ultimate Spider-Man, he also responded with words, "I will never kill him." Peter Parker didn't wait for Ultimate Spider-Man to finish speaking, and punched the face that now made him look extremely angry. For Bruce's event was too familiar. Otherwise, the famous Alfred Agreement would not have appeared in the world. They are going to fight. Bruce's judgment stunned Gwen and Jessica beside him. At this time, the punk Spider-Man and another Spider-Man got together. And the Spider-Man spoke first, 10 pounds. The classic red and blue color combination wins. The hesitation of the Ultimate Spider-Man gave Peter Parker the opportunity to raise his foot and kick the Ultimate Spider-Man in the face. Although Punk Spider-Man initially called Ultimate Spider-Man their boss, that didn't mean they were willing to take orders from this pretentious guy. Because Dr. Octopus, who occupies Peter Parker's body, would never imagine a world in which he failed. He is so conceited. Cloning technology backs up one's own consciousness. When one of his own bodies dies, his consciousness is instantly instilled into a cloned body that has been successfully cultivated. And he is resurrected. But no one noticed that when Bruce walked into the Spider Group, Captain Spider-Man of the universe took a step back silently. Gwen and Jessica looked at each other and did not choose to express their opinions. They just watched the commotion among the spiders quietly. Did I say something wrong? Even though Ultimate Spider-Man doesn't speak in a very good tone, this doesn't necessarily lead to two spiders fighting each other. Gwen and Jessica are still people who understand Peter Parker's temperament. How could they conflict with others so easily? But Jessica's understanding of Peter Parker is obviously not as deep as Gwen's. I would never be that cruel. Then I'll also put red and blue. Punk Spider-Man obviously didn't want to put his own money on Ultimate Spider-Man. But didn't those guys come back in an instant? Peter Parker asked Bruce. Peter Parker looked at Bruce and he still admired this bat. The moment the Ultimate Spider-Man's sharp spider legs were about to touch Peter Parker, he stopped. The Ultimate Spider-Man wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and stretched out the 4 spider legs behind him again. After Captain Universe Spider-Man said these words, Mayday also knew that all she could do now was watch them quietly and end this meaningless dispute. Looking at the Ultimate Spider-Man, who was kicked to the ground by himself, Peter Parker said to him, "We already know that the successor cannot be killed. Killing is never the answer. We need a better plan, and that's why I'm here to direct. We were fighting against the successors on our own, until you stepped in and killed my best warrior." At this time, the Ultimate Spider-Man seemed to have calmed down again, and he said to Peter Parker with a calm face, "Speak, why should you let us prove it to me? Use your best." No, Bruce suddenly spoke at this time, although he wanted to ask where Bruce came from. Looking at Peter Parker's appearance, Spider-Man, Captain of the Universe, chose to remain silent. A spider shouted, "Beat him, Peter." As for the spiders on the side watching this scene, they were naturally attracted by Gong Huo. What kind of situation will develop next? He can guess exactly, although Gwen didn't believe it. Judging from the situation displayed by the Ultimate Spider-Man, Gwen herself wanted to go up and punch him twice. Those guys can be killed. Bruce slowly walked into the spider group. Which one? They're all Peter. Hell, most of us are Peter too. Maid Parker didn't want to continue to watch this farce go on. She said next to Captain Universe Spider-Man, "We are wasting time that could be used to track Daemons and the successors. You have the power of God, and let's fight this fight." Divkles equals Contentad, Captain Spider-Man of the universe focused his attention on the two fighting Peter Parkers. "Sorry. Mede, I can't choose my side now. This conflict needs to be resolved by itself." The Ultimate Spider-Man looked at Peter Parker and said with some disbelief, "What? But you are the node before my timeline, I can't. And haven't you ever had a clone?" When Bruce spoke, he also pointed out to Peter Parker that there have always been other clones in Spider-Man's world. For Peter Parker, he no longer cares about the consequences of this punch. After all, it is so worth it to shut that damn mouth. Besides, the bat next to me doesn't seem to have made many mistakes in this regard. Just make sure the bat is someone who is on the same page as them. But at this time, another Spider-Man refuted this statement. After thinking about this, Peter Parker raised his hands directly. "Okay. Show me your special move, kill me. And I have seen your so-called leadership. If that can be considered a leader." The Ultimate Spider-Man shouted to Peter Parker unceremoniously, "My team is progressing better without you. 60% of the guys here are called Peter Parker." Peter Parker was silent. He knew that Bruce was telling the truth. He should believe that the clone team heading to the successor universe could successfully complete their mission. "Can they do it?" At this time, another voice sounded. The Ultimate Spider-Man didn't know when he had opened his eyes. He lay on his back on the ground and looked at the blue sky above. "They are going to the universe of the successors. The base camp of our enemies. Do you really think they can do it?" Ultimate Spider-Man patted the dirt on himself and stood up. "Maybe they'll just add 3 more tasty treats to our enemies." Peter Parker didn't say anything, just stretched out his hand towards Ultimate Spider-Man. "What does this mean? Explain it." Spider-Man obviously couldn't understand why Peter Parker reached out to him. "Extend a hand of peace to you because I need you," Peter Parker said to the Ultimate Spider-Man with sincere eyes. "Of course, most of the reasons are because that guy is too kind. But that's the only reason you're still there." Peter Parker tried to continue communicating with Miguel. "Listen, I know you're finally home. But you can't let that distract you." Spider-Silk looked back at Gwen but didn't say anything. She now understood that this trend would never let her leave here. Just like Superman is indeed powerful enough, but sometimes his excessive kindness and his confidence in his own abilities will always put him in a very embarrassing situation. "This is the wisest thing you have ever said." Ultimate Spider-Man agreed with Peter Parker's words and reached out to hold Peter Parker's hand. "Tunnel, these things can cross dimensions." Obviously, Peter Parker didn't react for a while. Why did Miguel's signal fail? Because he entered the tunnel. Bruce looked at this kid. He really had some doubts. Is this guy really reliable? Bruce had already walked in front of Spider-Silk. "If it's because I was overly protective of you before." Seeing Gwen not replying, Peter Parker thought it was because of his previous refusal to allow Gwen to participate in the operation that made her rebellious. If I'm not mistaken, Kane Parker's clone Spider-Man should be the so-called other thing. As for the descendants, they are naturally Spider-Man's children, but they probably haven't fully grown up yet. Gwen glanced at the bats. Peter Parker was even a little confused by the words of Ultimate Spider-Man. But it was easy for him to respond to this kind of thing. "You are really funny." Bruce has used symbiote metal to completely assimilate that thing. Spider-Silk looked at Bruce in shock. She didn't understand why the older Spider-Man didn't let her move. And now a bat appeared and refused to let her move. "Ultimate Spider-Man, can you reverse the invisibility device you had before?" Peter Parker asked the Ultimate Spider-Man, Miguel. "How about going back to, after all? The spider smell on the Spider-Silk is so strong that the heirs are likely to follow the smell of the Spider-Silk to find them at any time." Even now, when other Spider-Man looked at him, they seemed to agree with the bat's proposal. When saying this, Ultimate Spider-Man also raised his head and glanced at the bat. Sure enough, this bat should be the one that suits him best. Ahem tilde Peter Parker coughed twice, drawing the other spider's eyes to him again. But in Bruce's eyes, no matter how strong a guy is, problems will arise because of his overconfidence. Thinking of this, Spider Silk touched his shuttle bracelet. But where is the shuttle bracelet on his wrist indeed? There are no tall buildings or walls to climb in Central Park. I will protect them. When Bruce's eyes moved to himself, Captain Universe didn't know why he felt that he should make his own promise to this bat. This is not necessary, I can protect all of you here. Captain Spider-Man of the universe is quite confident in himself. You, Spider Silk gritted her teeth. She really wanted to punch the bat in front of her. So the two of them cannot leave this universe. Bruce opened his hand. But what was exposed was not the shuttle bracelet, but the clean frame that had been completely swallowed by the symbiote metal on his body. This was completely different from the call with Peter Parker. As if the bat in front of them was their natural enemy. It's not convenient to talk now. Earth 2099 at this moment, Spider-Man 2099. Six-armed Spider-Man and Spider-Miz are heading towards their research laboratory with Damon's body. First of all, this so-called safe zone is not very safe. We are all in the open. After Ultimate Spider-Man stood up, he immediately began to look at the surrounding safe zones. For me, no, I don't like this all or nothing with that. Peter Parker was about to call all the spiders to start their action. Spider Silk was still a little unwilling. She complained in a small voice, but Kane has gone to the universe of the successor family. Shouldn't he stay here like us? This bastard, he hung up on me. Peter Parker might have wanted to spit out a curse word, but after thinking about the surrounding situation, he chose to swallow the word. So can we think that only when these three things come together can they exert their due effect? Bruce's words made Ultimate Spider-Man think a little more clearly, although he still didn't quite believe in the so-called totem. Superstitious words. Bruce didn't say anything, just nodded. The only one who can make his shuttle bracelet disappear is the bat in front of him. Let's check out the teams that left. The first person Peter Parker contacted was the clone spider team that immediately went to the successor family after returning to this universe. Obviously, he agrees with what Captain Universe Spider-Man said, because when he said those two sentences, the other Spider-Man clearly showed expressions of disapproval. Spider Silk just curled her lips at this. She didn't think anyone here could stop her if she wanted to leave. After all, she still had her shuttle bracelet in her hand. He has since contacted Spider-Man 2099. This is detrimental to any of their next actions. But they cannot let Spider Silk act alone. The best way is to let him stay in this universe and accept the protection of Captain Universe. She could only sit cross-legged on the ground in frustration and stop looking at anyone. It is simply a fool's errand to rely on these guys to fight against the Air family. Only that bat still maintained its high-level status, that is. Without any emotional changes, his voice was quite firm. He would never allow any deviation to occur. The bride must stay in this universe and accept the supervision of Captain Universe. Sorry, we are about to enter the tunnel. Zizia, obviously. Spider-Man 2099 has hung up the communication between them. It's okay to say that Maid Parker's younger brother is just a baby after all. And he is not yet able to act on his own. They want to create some kind of trinity like God. After the Ultimate Spider-Man said these words, he immediately turned to look at the Spider Silk. But the extremely oppressive look in Bat's eyes made Spider Silk couldn't help but look away. But Peter Parker didn't like this. But now Ultimate Spider-Man no longer thinks that way. If it is true as Bruce speculated, then what the successor family is planning is definitely beyond their imagination. Divclass equals contentadv, according to the way the successor family behaves. They will definitely raid the universe next. And they will take away the descendants and brides. Bruce now set his sights on Captain Universe. Detecting the successors. I have already done it a long time ago. And I can also locate their main world. But we are obviously not ready to fight them yet. Ultimate Spider-Man looked at the spiders in front of him. You once fought against the successor on your own. It would be stupid if I didn't seek your opinion on my next plan. Peter Parker's sincere words finally made the ultimate Spider-Man in front of him a little shaken. But Spider Silk is different. Spider Silk has acted without permission several times. But the Bat said nothing, Ezekiel the older Spider-Man. One said that all three are important. Where is my shuttle bracelet? Spider Silk looked at the Bat in front of him. In the recent period, only the Bat had been close to him. If it had been before, Ultimate Spider-Man would have agreed with Bruce's words. You can carry out your activities, but someone must stay. Bruce stood in front of Peter Parker. Ultimate Spider-Man has never been shy about preparing for the worst. Two possibilities. Their communicator is off or they're dead. Spider Silk didn't know why she couldn't help but leave her sight when facing Bruce. The British Spider-Man nodded. This method has worked well for us so far. Listening to Bruce's words, Peter Parker and Ultimate Spider-Man turned to look at the Spider Silk. Then there will be a bloody battle. But we still need to collect some intelligence. And someone needs to go deep behind enemy lines. And I know the perfect person for this task. Anya Gwen, I have to go and I need some backup. Peter Parker said to the two female spiders. The bride must stay busy, I'm going to die. Miguel didn't give Peter Parker any face at all. He directly interrupted Peter Parker's inquiry. Did you dissect the air? Peter Parker asked. Kane. Riley, are you there? Peter Parker tried to contact using the shuttle bracelet. But it was obvious that there was no signal at the other end. But Ultimate Spider-Man didn't hold Peter Parker's hand. He was still waiting for Peter Parker's next words. It's as if the Bat could kill itself at any moment. There wasn't even a place for them to hang out. Hey, you can't do this, Spider Silk tried to protest. But it was obvious that her protest had no effect. Perhaps sensing something was wrong with Spider Silk's condition. Gwen came to Spider Silk's side immediately and held Spider Silk's hand. Spider Silk stubbornly raised his face and looked at Bruce, trying to make the Bat in front of him see his determination. We already know who the bride is. Bruce focused his attention on the Spider Silk. I agree. We should move closer to the streets and buildings. Peter Parker agreed with Ultimate Spider-Man's point of view. And he also put forward his own opinions. I have to say that Captain Universe Spider-Man's power is indeed quite powerful, and can even be said to exceed the sum of all Spider-Mans here. Now we can know that the three most important Spider-Man to the successor are the so-called others. The bride and the descendants. Bruce first focused his attention on Spider Silk, and then on top of the child held in Maid Parker's arms. He knew very well that there were only about 20 of these guys with combat effectiveness. No need, I understand, just talk about the mission. Gwen shook her head, not wanting Peter Parker to continue talking. Anya on the side probably understood why Gwen was unwilling to let Peter continue talking. Peter Parker walked up to Miles and Earth 12041's ultimate bug. Why are you looking at us? The ultimate bug was obviously very sensitive to Peter Parker's gaze. He directly asked Peter Parker if he had any bad plans for them. What did we do? You have come forward. Miles, young me, I need you to summon the army. With that, Peter Parker had already taken out the cloaking device and shuttle bracelet. I will give you teleportation and invisibility devices. And try to go to as many worlds as possible. And find as many people as you can find. Do you want to participate? Peter Parker looked at the two spiders in front of him who were obviously still in high school. Zia said, are you sure? I really hope we can team up again. Miles was obviously not happy with this result. He really wanted to continue working with Peter Parker. But it's not the high school Peter Parker beside him. What? But I am him, I'm just as big as you. The ultimate bug obviously had no pretentious thoughts. And he directly put his hand on Miles's shoulder. I know. But that's the weird thing about him. I admire Peter Parker very much. Miles does feel a little awkward now, of course. He has his own little admiration for Peter Parker, no matter which universe he is. But having him partner up with a Peter Parker who is as old as himself is a bit hard to accept. But he was examining the spider army. And in fact, his mind was already immersed in the prison of his own mind. Soros said nothing, but quietly looked at the various networks being woven by the master weaver in front of him. Is that so? There are rumors that you are afraid. Afraid of a spider that has stepped into our web. The spider that killed you twice. Soros placed his world in the spider web woven by the master weaver. Above every node there represents a Spider-Man. He raised the steel fork high above his head and roared loudly at the sky. When Peter Parker arranged all the plans, he opened the portal in front of him, and they were about to start their mission. He just said indifferently to the guy in front of him, Master Weaver, send my willful son to another world. Although Mo Lun's figure could be considered fit, standing next to his father, he looked extremely slender and small. I didn't expect them to dare to break in here, Spider-Man. Captain of the Universe exuded the secret energy of the universe and slowly flew into the sky. Showing his power, everyone look out for each other. Follow the plan and stay in touch. Peter Parker turned to stay before stepping into the portal. The spiders here said, I will be back soon. Until then, British Spidrew and the Bat will be in charge. At this moment, Bruce was standing under the shadow of a tree. It can be said that none of the Spider-Man present expected that Peter Parker would designate the people in charge here as the British Spider and the Bat. All the spiders were looking around cautiously at this time. Behind him is Thoreau's favorite son Morlun. No, brother, this is where they hide. Morlun obviously looked down upon these guys. Suddenly a cry from outside woke Bruce up at this time. Soros turned his attention to his favorite son. Ultimate Spider-Man had no problem finding Bruce after all. In his eyes, the Bat looked quite similar to himself. Khan had seen such a familiar scene countless times in this century. He knew that his sacrifice did not win the favor of Soros. Looks like that's Janix and Morlun at this moment. The Master Weaver murmured to himself, prophecy. Wow, this guy you chose is really a lunatic. Lego Bat looked at Bruce's standing position and said with some exaggeration that Bruce made a wrong choice. Penny Parker from Earth 14512, my spider sense has never been so loud. Morlun stood beside Thoros, looking at the vast spider web in front of him. He was also worried about whether his favorite son would lose all motivation to move forward because of that small setback. When the burly figure came out of the portal completely, that creepy face appeared, Earth at this moment 13989. Khan inserted his steel fork into the chest of the werewolf beneath him. And the guy was completely lifeless, remember, son. Thoros turned his head and glanced at Morlun. Nothing is beyond my reach, wow. Bruce looked at the guy in the prison without saying anything. He just stared at the guy quietly. But a place that could be called a safe zone by the spiders must have something special about it. At least he couldn't do it in that place, but on Earth. His father Soros did hear Khan's call, but he didn't say anything. Bruce didn't speak and Lego Bat didn't care. He kept talking to Bruce beside him. It's going to be a little more challenging this time. I said, don't you feel quite uncomfortable when you meet so many chatty guys? Lego Bat ran out of his prison and followed Bruce's feet. Earth 13, call your brothers. We've played with these totems long enough. It's time to destroy their last hope. There is another one coming through times, but I don't recognize that one's. Flash Thompson's Spider-Man looked at the looming figure in the portal and shouted in horror. The baby in Maid Parker's arms began to cry. Okay, I will stand on the box and let you admire me. The ultimate bug said a little witticism, do you feel it? Maid Parker said to Captain Universe Spider-Man beside her. Those are 3 flags that can transcend reality itself and end our rule. The other, the bride and the descendant. Morlun spoke again. Divclass equals contentad. It was only then that Soros spoke. Morlun stared at a spider web node that was gradually dissolving in front of him. 3 important participants have appeared on the chessboard. Father, of course, why not? Interesting, this is where they gather. A man who was obviously thinner than the other heirs came out. We can all feel the spider sense, Mede. Even your brother can feel it. Captain Spider-Man of the universe frowned and looked at the direction from which their spider sense came. Regarding Captain Universe Spider-Man's attitude, Bruce frowned instinctively. He had seen too many guys like this who were defeated because of overconfidence. The hot blood of the werewolf was still flowing on the steel fork. Until finally, Bruce stood in front of a cage. Just the moment he landed, he had already stepped on the surrounding land until it was cracked. This is really a bad sign, Punk Spider-Man said calmly as he looked at the golden spider royal portal that was gradually lighting up in the distance. The only thing I worry about is the prophecy. Morlun has nothing to fear from Peter Parker of Earth 616. That guy may be able to kill him once or twice, but one day he will completely trample that guy under his feet. He still needs to continue hunting. To hunt those spiders that don't know when they will disappear completely. Are you kidding? British Spider glanced at Ultimate Spider-Man. But two of them are in their shelter and we can't reach them. Morlun also thought about going directly to that place and pulling the remaining two out of the universe. At this time, a thick leg stretched out from the portal and stepped on the ground of Earth 13. Is this tribute enough, Master Thoros? Can my hunting finally end? Can I finally go home? How much Khan now hopes that he can return to his homeland and return to the Earth One. Instead, he approached the British Spider. Maybe I'll have a fight with you and decide who will be responsible. What? Morlun didn't think there was anything important about Soros's words. That doesn't matter. Father, are you watching, Father? Can you see my final target? The greatest spider wolf on the werewolf planet. Khan pulled his steel fork out of the werewolf's chest. As Soros finished speaking, the weaving master began to weave Khan's passage to the next world again. But all this is useless in the eyes of Spider-Man. Captain of the universe, 1 or 1,000. What can they do to me? All the spiders understood that the guy they met now might be their most powerful successor yet. If Khan wants to return to our table, then he must travel far away. Thoros turned and looked at Morlun, who was leaning on the table. How are you, Morlun? Your brother is wandering endlessly. Your journey has come to an abrupt end. I know where they are. Soros arrives on Earth 13. Regarding what Captain Universe said before, Soros only wanted to tell him one thing. I am something you have never heard of before. I am Thoros and I herald the destruction of all of you. Thoros waved his hand. Children, eat. Kill as many as you can, however. While setting foot on Earth 13, Soros also felt that the smell here was not all that of spiders. If the smell of spiders is delicious, then the other smell that Soros smells now is bitter. This cheered up Soros. He didn't know what was happening on this Earth, but he must ensure everything they did next. There will be no mistakes in behavior, especially the sudden appearance of this bitter taste. But other people in the successor family did not sense this. And Morlun rushed over directly. When Morlun captures a Spider-Man, he has already harvested his life and his spider totem. This is too damn fast. Punk Spider-Man obviously couldn't adapt to the speed of the Air family. Ultimate Spider-Man frowned and said, faster than our spider sense, Spider-Man, who has always been targeted by Janix, the scientific research madman of the successor family, is not the most powerful among them, to be honest. He bit the spider monkey in one bite, and now, the bitter taste on that person's body actually had some fishy odor added to it. But Peter Parker used his somewhat lame British slang to reply to the British Spider-Man, see you later. What's up, in other words? These three spiders are staring closely at the cloning laboratory used by Janix to resurrect the heirs. All that can be seen is the secret energy of the universe exuding from Captain Universe Spider-Man. Come back immediately. The British Spider-Man climbed to a relatively high position and looked at the location where Thoros and Captain Universe Spider-Man fell. Thoros has arrived in front of Captain Universe Spider-Man. His face is ferocious. But the problem is that Soros's physical strength has already reached a peak. What he said is indeed correct on Earth. Punk Spider-Man was even more incoherent. Captain Universe was still overconfident when facing Thoros. So much so that he underestimated his opponent. It has to be said that his attack was indeed effective. Janix, who had just swallowed the spider monkey, was completely sent away by a cosmic secret energy. It was so fast that he couldn't react at all. But this is just a drop in the bucket for Sorrows. He is now more concerned about who took Captain Universe Spider-Man away from him. Janix shook his head and walked outside the cloning laboratory. The spiders were on the verge of extinction, Riley. This doesn't mean anything, let's go. Kane looked at the Baxter building firmly. Captain Universe Spider-Man's hands lit up, and he turned countless secret energies of the universe into attacks to attack the successors below. When the smoke cleared, the power gathered by Captain Universe Spider-Man shocked all Spider-Man and even the successor family. Captain Universe Spider-Man was not swayed by Thoros' words. In his eyes, Thoros would bring the successors. Perhaps the life force he has lost now needs to kill a Spider-Man to replenish it. I tower impressively above thousands of worlds. Obviously, this person has no intention of returning to Earth 13. Let my father and brother take care of this hunt. It's degrading, I only ate one monkey. It's not worth wasting my time. I have to research how to get more in my world. Big achievement, come on, there's still a lot of work to do. He grabbed Captain Universe Spider-Man by the head and he yelled at Captain Universe Spider-Man. Spider-Pigman looked at the spider monkey he had just met and couldn't help shouting sadly, "Monkey." A fetus living in a culture chamber is rapidly taking shape and growing into the form of Janix. This is impossible. I am the most powerful person in the universe. Sorrows was able to fight himself like this, which obviously made Spider-Man, the captain of the universe, little at a loss. Because Sorrows knew that his son would be reborn in another world. But Captain Universe Spider-Man doesn't care about these things. He only knows that he has to protect all Spider-Man in this universe. The only things flying around Sorrows were blood-red bats. You've never had a safe zone from us. Sorrows tried to touch the bats, but when he touched the bats, he could quickly feel that the vitality in his body was passing away and he was aging. Breathtaking. Even the ultimate Spider-Man had to admire the powerful power bursting out of Captain Universe Spider-Man at this time. Safe place. It is true that Thoros cannot fly, which puts him at a natural disadvantage when facing Spider-Man, captain of the universe who can fly into the sky. Looking at this scene, Bruce already understood. But for Spider-Man, this is definitely exciting news. That is the power that our race enjoys to the fullest. Although my children may not be able to eat such a huge power, I am the leader of my race and my hunger has no boundaries. Accompanied by the figures of Sorrows and Captain Universe Spider-Man, who were like meteors. They hit the ground of Central Park directly, like a meteorite impact, lifting up all the surrounding ground. Ben Reilly curled his lips somewhat boredly. You're so boring. Brother, there is no such thing, Earth 13. You and your family just came thousands of miles to give away someone's head. The Spider-Man captain of the universe had an infinite universe transformed around him. Thoros just smiled dismissively at this statement with Captain Universe Spider-Man. Parker, I'm the British Spider-Man, teleport back. The next moment, they immediately distanced themselves from those blood-red bats. At this moment, the British Spider-Man has begun to contact the departed Peter Parker through his shuttle bracelet. At this moment was high in the sky, like a god descending to Earth. And when he really saw that person, he couldn't help but understand whose body the bitter smell he smelled before came from. But the smoke was so thick that he couldn't see what was happening in the smoke. He was exuding the secret power of the universe and yelled at the guys in the successor family, "That's enough." Well, it wasn't until this moment that Peter Parker heard the anxiety in the British Spider's tone. But this is obviously exactly what Sorrows imagined. Maybe I haven't felt it for a long time. And I got a new body again, just come to die. I haven't been reborn for a long time. As a scientific research genius in his family, Janix has long lost track of how long it has been since he was on the battlefield. Stop looking, whatever you're doing, stop. We need all the manpowers. Do you need to eat, Your Excellency? Or are you preparing to teleport back to the battlefield? The remaining two researchers lowered their heads and did not confront Janix, asking him about his next plan at this moment. In the battlefield between Captain Universe Spider-Man and Thoros, Captain Universe Spider-Man's hands were shining with the secret power of the universe. He couldn't believe this. You are so stupid to come here, this is my world. Here I have cosmic power that you can't understand. Your precious and original power of creation. You poor fool, that's pure life force. Captain Universe Spider-Man is clearly quite confident in his powers as he yells at the inheritors. You know very little about us, Spider-Man. Death has no effect on my family. Thoros didn't care that Spider-Man. Captain of the Universe killed one of his sons, after all. Judging from the current situation, the combat effectiveness of the Air family is much higher than that of Spider-Man. Soros raised his head and looked at Captain Spider-Man in the sky. And just that blood-red bat made him feel the loss of his life. But Soros only slightly covered his eyes to avoid being pierced by the bright firelight. But what Janix obviously doesn't know is that outside his building, there are 3 spiders staring at his secret base. Coming to our safe zone will be the cause of your failure. Thoros, Captain Spider-Man of the universe, gathered huge energy and was ready to give the guy in front of him a heavy blow at any time. Then he started directing Spider-Man to leave here. He began to gather all his power and the most powerful cosmic secret energy in the universe. The spider monkey didn't react at all, and all its life force had been swallowed up by him. But the next moment, this so-called devouring program was interrupted. As he spoke, Thoros opened his big mouth and began to extract the secret energy of the universe from Captain Spider-Man. Right now, I'm looking for backups. Peter Parker obviously didn't realize how urgent the British Spider-Man and the others were facing now. Smith, Madison, and Warren. I understand I'm back in the laboratory, Janix said with some sigh. It's the fucking end of the world. Janix's stronghold, Baxter Building, are you ready? Boys. Jessica looked at the Baxter Building in front of her that had been completely labeled as the successor family. And faced the 2 people beside her, Spider-Man said. We conquered life and death a long time ago. And now we have immortality. Thoros looked up at Spider-Man, now Captain of the Universe. As soon as Captain Universe Spider-Man finished speaking, the other Spider-Man evacuated from the Air family as quickly as possible. At this moment, Spider-Man, Captain of the Universe, really can't accept that Spider-Man from other universes died in front of him. He just grabbed Captain Universe Spider-Man and knocked him out of the sky. Everyone stay away from them, let me handle it here. But now what Bruce needs to do is to save as many Spider-Men as possible from the evil hands of the Air family. Spider, many of you believe that you are funny. And this is the funniest joke I've ever heard, yes sir. A researcher handed the clothes to Janix and asked him to put it on. The question is Soros really afraid of this so-called secret power of the universe? Thoros never gave Captain Universe Spider-Man a chance to fully gather the secret power of the universe. Father Molun was a little worried about his father. I have to say you came up with a good plan, Jessica. Ben Reilly nodded, so clone team, let's go. But his title was ruthlessly rejected by Kane. No. We won't call ourselves that, no matter what you are. You can't match this great secret energy of the universe. The secret energy of the universe gathered in the hands of Captain Spider-Man has reached a terrifying level. Master Janix, are you okay? The 3 researchers stood aside and said respectfully to Janix. Soros's words were accompanied by the deafening sound of the ground breaking. Divkles equals contentad. Soros's kick had already shattered the ground. And even as he took off, many rocks fell quickly behind him. Thoros shouted at Captain Universe Spider-Man, only in this universe. Spider-Man, but I am Thoros' leader. The king and the heir to the gods of those multiverses. What happened wearing a blood-red battle armors? The bat symbol on the chest was split open by lightning. What kind of eyes are hidden under the mask? Blood-red light continued to overflow from it. And the golden light that occasionally flickered out made the feeling on his body feel a little weird again. Maybe I am your opponent now. Maybe I am your opponent now. The voice coming from under the mask can be said to be strange, because it seems to be 3 voices mixed together. Turn the time back to the moment when the British Spider-Man was calling Peter Parker. Bruce made his own choice at the same time. Although Bruce doesn't know why these guys want to hunt Spider-Man, and he doesn't know why they need those three things. Preventing them from succeeding is the best choice. Bruce re-entered the prison of his mind. This time he really needed help from the guy in the prison in his head. He walked to the prison door of the Red Deaths. He looked at the Red Death who had slowly stood up and walked to the opposite side of him. Have you finally realized that sometimes you can't do it on your own? The Red Death was quite mocking of Bruce for not coming to him until now. But Bruce didn't pay attention to the Red Death. He just stared into the Red Death's eyes. The Red Death pinched Bruce's hand and gradually used strength. But again, there was no way he could do any harm to Bruce here. He could no longer suppress his excitement. When Bruce stopped, the world returned to its normal flow. Now with the addition of the willpower of a Flash, the two combined can easily crush the Red Death. Then he charged straight at Bruce like he was heading towards Captain Universe Spider-Man. Bruce is clearly that presence. As the embodiment of cosmic power, his physical strength is far greater than that of ordinary Spider-Man. And there will be no problems with his body even at such extreme speeds. But before he finished speaking, Bruce had already controlled the body and rushed out. If I kill you here, will this world belong to me? The Red Death approached Bruce's face and spoke to Bruce in a low voice. But I can put you in prisons. The Red Death naturally knew that he had no way to kill Bruce. After all, killing Bruce would mean that the prison in his mind would completely disappear and cease to exist. It was clear that this guy was in a life-or-death situation. But he was still able to speak to himself in such a calm tone. In this extreme speed state, lightly touching someone else's body may result in that person's body being directly penetrated. Although it is indeed a very risky act to directly drag the Red Death out this time, the situation outside is no longer optimistic. He just rushed in front of Thoros and easily took Captain Universe Spider-Man out of Thoros' hand. But the Red Death completely ignored Barry Allen's voice. And he stared at Bruce, obviously the Flash, who has been integrated into the body of the Red Death, is quite unwilling to see the two Bruces killing each other. Until he caught the golden light shining in the eyes of the Red Death. Actually, you are very likely to smash his body into pieces like this. Barry Allen was still facing Bruce, explaining that it was best not to touch anyone's body at extreme speeds. When the scarlet armor emerged on Bruce's body, the dust was flying and Thoros just smashed out a huge crater. But there was still no target for his attack. And even Spider-Man Captain of the Universe disappeared. Bruce could even see clearly the flow of the secret energy particles of the universe. I don't know who you are, but your totem is bitter and smells bad. Thoros could smell the smell of Bruce's totem. This time it is no longer the Red Death that dominates consciousness, but the body controlled by Bruce and Barry Allen. But obviously you want to stop me from eating the spider totem. So I have no choice but to kill you first. Thoros spoke to Bruce with a fierce expression. The Red Death was tightly suppressed. Bruce had taken Captain Universe Spider-Man behind him away from here in an instant. After all, speed is power. The Flash Barry Allen was the first to react. And within a split second, he began a physical struggle with the Red Death. I believe you should know what kind of baptism I will go through outside after you release me. But Bruce's willpower itself is stronger than the Red Death. When Bruce really used the Speed Force, he felt that everything around him had begun to slow down rapidly. Even the life energy of Thoros, who was devouring Spider-Man, Captain of the Universe, had completely stagnated in his eyes. You know you can't kill me here. Bruce didn't even mean to struggle. He just stared into the eyes of the Red Death and said this calmly. Thoros jumped high and hit the ground with his fists. But the speed at which he rushed over was simply too slow in Bruce's eyes. And couldn't be any slower, and at this moment, Bruce dragged the Red Death directly into the wall of air. Morlun was quietly touching the back of Maid Parker at this moment. It was the child held in Maid Parker's arms. The baby known as the Descendant. That's Barry Allen's voice, that's the Flash's voice. In other words, he doesn't want to see any Bruce kill anyone. Just when he was about to touch the wall of air, Bruce suddenly spoke. This didn't make him feel any good. Because who would enjoy eating something that was completely unpalatable? And what happened next is what Soros saw. Only now Bruce dares to be absolutely sure that he can release the Red Death. The main reason why the Red Death can rely on the main consciousness that occupies this body is because it relies on the strong willpower of the bat. After Mo Lun returned to normal in the world, he was directly knocked away by a huge force that didn't know where it came from. But he is not a pure Red Death, because now he not only has Barry Allen in his mind, but also Bruce, obviously. Bruce is now more skilled in using the Speed Force than Barry imagined. Shall I tell you how to use the Speed Force later? What are the attack methods of us guys? Barry Allen was actually a little worried that Bruce would not be able to fully adapt to the Speed Force coming out of his body. Not to mention that Bruce is now trying to protect him with the Speed Force. Not to mention Bruce's behavior of directly picking people up and running away. Bruce and Barry Allen were both right. His body plowed a deep furrow into the ground of Central Park. But he still understood that before Bruce let the Lego bat out, he could only get out with the Lego bat in his hands. And if he wanted to leave the prison in his mind, he would probably need Bruce's power. Your mission is to take good care of the descendants and the bride. Bruce looked at Captain Universe Spider-Man, who had now recovered a little and said, "Don't get close to those guys." Bruce didn't say anything. He just opened the door to the prison of the Red Death. And it also led Bruce to discover something else. Obviously, his target was not Maid Parker. But now he can do far more than just observe. Bruce rushed directly in front of Morlun. He just stretched out a foot and lightly touched Morlun's chest. The Red Death put his hand on Bruce's shoulder. And the two of them walked forward like this, boom. The Red Death has already come to this world. After the last Lego Bat incident, Bruce had been thinking about it. The Red Death was waiting for this moment. He stepped out, grabbed Bruce's neck, and smashed him against the prison wall. After seeing Morlun leaning back, Bruce had already stopped next to Maid Parker. If these bats appear in the outside world with the help of their own bodies, then can their own consciousness also control the bodies of those with the power of these bats? Your prison has no effect on me. Bruce's calm tone made the Red Death a little angry. Bruce had blood-red bats wrapped around his body in an instant, and he had entered the Speed Force state. The Red Death slowly lowered Bruce down. No. No tilde, another voice came out of the Red Death's mouth at this moment. The Red Death can only scream subconsciously. But now neither Barry Allen nor Bruce will pay attention to him. Divkles equals contentad, to be honest. Although this is not the first time I have fought side by side with Batman, the feeling of two people coexisting in the same body is really awesome. Barry Allen was so happy now. After being suppressed by the Red Death for so long, he was finally able to come out and dominate his body for once. He couldn't wait to truly experience the outside world. Until now, he had only used Bruce's eyes to observe this completely different world. Blood-red bats flew up and down behind Bruce. Thoros turned around and looked over, only to find that Bruce had already brought Captain Universe to the Spider-Man side. If there is another Spider-Man in Bruce's arms now, it is very likely that he will be torn to pieces at such a high speed. But Bruce is holding Captain Spider-Man of the universe. It's like watching a PPT that is slowed down to the extreme. Of course, maybe it's because Bruce's willpower is too strong that the Red Death state is still dominated by bats, instead of the lightning form dominated by Barry Allen. What would happen if there were three consciousnesses in one body? He is the embodiment of this cosmic power, and he will not die so easily. Bruce could still reply to Barry Allen at this time, but Bruce didn't feel any discomfort. Here, the Red Death Devil had no possibility of doing harm. His whole body had begun to glow with black and red bats. Captain Universe Spider-Man, although he doesn't know where the guy in front of him comes from, but he probably understands it when he looks at the bat logo split by lightning. This is the dark Batman from before. Soros, leave it to me. Soros looked at Bruce, who had stood down. Although he didn't know the power of the blood-red bat wrapped around Bruce's body, It was not a big problem for Thoros. The lifeless feeling wrapped around the bat is not Sorrow's cup of tea, but as a totem hunter who can never have enough to eat. Although eating such a totem that makes people feel bad will make him nauseated for several days. It is worth it to get rid of those spiders. Sorrows believed in his abilities. In front of me, all your resistance is of no use. Wherever I go, everything stops. Sorrows slowly walked towards Bruce. Oh, this guy is such a stinker. I don't know how he could say these words. It feels like he is invincible in Bruce's mind. The current Barry Allen is really, I felt a little sick to my stomach at Sorrow's shameless appearance. Bruce raised his eyes and looked at Thoros, who was now walking towards him. Will you bled? It is completely different from the way other Spider-Man appears. In the portal, the first thing that stretches out are two huge mechanical arms, followed by the astonishing giant robot. But this time he could no longer catch any trace of Bruce. Nothing allowed him to touch even a piece of Bruce's armor. But now Sorrows can already feel his lifespan shrinking. Came to New Jersey from Manhattan, New York. Master Weaver obeyed Thoros' words and opened a portal for him to return to Earth-001. Give that child to me. Morlun stretched out his hand to Maid Parker. What he needed to do now was to complete what he was about to complete. His originally majestic and burly figure began to slowly become thinner. It's a pity that Bruce will not give him any time to regret, because he is still being baptized by Bruce's violent fists. The hand wearing scarlet gauntlets directly pressed Sorrow's head. We are not worried about that bat now. We should be worried about those damn successors now. Captain Spider-Man of the universe resuspended in the air. Take away the descendants. I'm sorry, what did you mean? That deep and powerful voice can be said to be the second time Captain Universe Spider-Man heard it. It was the voice of eternity. My name is Peter Parker. I made a formula to neutralize my spider powers. But as you can see, I ended up with 4 extra arms. The 6-armed Spider-Man is used to his own experiences. He doesn't care that he now has 4 extra arms. And now Spider-Man 2099 has just returned to his secret base with 6-armed Spider-Man and Spider-Miz. You came back too slowly. The British Spider-Man walked to Peter Parker's side. May smiled. Yes, I understand. Captain Universe Spider-Man don't know why. But as the guardian of eternity, he will naturally implement the will of eternity, and now. No one knows why that bat can burst out at such a weird speed. Because now Sorrow's body is failing. He tried to grab Bruce's hand, but Bruce, blessed by the speed force, had already noticed his little movement, immediately let go of Thoros' head, and ran to the other side quickly. Even this speed can only allow the spiders to see a glimmer of light. And being killed by a Bateman if he has a clone is destined to be impossible because his life has already been completely devoured. Every punch and every blow of Bruce will always be accompanied by 1 or 2 blood-red bats. And those bats are ruthlessly devouring Sorrow's life. In an instant, he had already analyzed the trend of all the terrain, analyzed how and where he would descend, and was able to get the best assistance. Although the damage done to him by the bat may seem like a scratch, every hit can be said to be real damage. The bat is constantly taking away his vitality. Facing Thoros' attack, Bruce just dodged. But this also meant that Bruce couldn't stop Thoros from completely destroying the current ground. Captain Universe Spider-Man slowly regained his strength after falling at this time. He stood up and looked at Morlun in the distance, who stood up again like him. Even though Bruce had his back completely polished before, new muscle tissue and skin had already grown on his back. Thank you, but you don't have to hold it all the time. May was also a little helpless by Jabber's behavior at this time. Thoros was obviously very happy that he could restrict the speedster's movements. But the next moment he could no longer see Bruce. If it is not a major event, though, can the observer show up easily? But Spider-Man, Captain of the Universe, did not feel any harm from Bruce that could cause major events. For Sorrows, this is simply the scariest thing in the world. Sorrows roared loudly, "Enough, you're bleeding." From a distance, Bruce looked at Sorrows, who stood up again and said this coldly. Speed is power. And this sentence is vividly displayed by Bruce at this moment. How could Bruce not know what his purpose was? Doesn't he just want to completely rewrite the surrounding terrain so that he can't use speed at will? Blood-red bats flew around the body again, and Bruce was in front of Thoros in an instant at this moment. Morlun and the twins had already received the news of Soros's departure. Soros now only hates himself for why he didn't completely absorb the cosmic energy from Captain Universe Spider-Man. Otherwise, how could he be in such an embarrassing situation, however? Gwen had already started searching for the bat as soon as he landed on the ground, until he saw the bat at this moment resting on Jessica's leg. The six-armed Spider-Man stretched out one of his hands towards Jabber. After learning everything, Gwen sat quietly next to Jessica, waiting for the bat to wake up. New York. May still dealt with the big boy in front of her very patiently. They have lost count of how many spiders they have killed. But the only thing they can remember is that this hunting ritual has been going on for a century. Divklas equals contentad master knitting. Open the way home for me. Soros no longer wants to tangle with bats here. We will be the victors in the end. In order to allow the successor family to exist forever, Thoros asked his children to let all his people start hunting spider totems. Miguel deeply understood what it meant to listen to others' advice and eat enough. He immediately changed his mind and said, "Okay. This is May, this is my brother Jabber." The appearance of Leo Patton made the Spider-Man present a little curious about where Peter Parker and the others had gone. 3 different but similar places. Some punches made him fly high, then your name is May. The scarlet armor slowly disappeared and turned back into the pure black bat suit. The prophecy said that they would one day be overthrown and destroyed by the spider totem. If it continues like this, the bat will wear him to death sooner or later. At the moment when the bat fells, Captain Universe Spider-Man seemed to sense something. He looked up to the sky, and sure enough he saw that familiar figure. That huge bald head, obviously. The target of the air brother and sister is this spider silk called the Bride. You are indeed very fast, but you shouldn't be used to this complex terrain, right? Returning with Peter Parker are Gwen and Spider-Girl Anna. They showed no signs of fighting and decisively called the Weaving Master to help them open the way home. So that bat was not an ordinary person from the beginning. Right. Punk Spider-Man didn't know how to describe the bat in his own words. The impression the bat gave them was really shocking. There are countless cracks on the hand bones. The red stream of light began to move around his body, and every time he could feel the powerful and heavy fist falling on him. But Jabber was a little confused. He didn't know which hand of the six-armed Spider-Man he should shake. His resilience is amazing, Made Parker wants to warn Bruce. Mickey, can I know who the 2 people behind you are? Jabber looked at the 2 people behind Spider-Man 2099. But everything he did was slowed down countless times in front of the speedster. And Bruce was in front of him in an instant. Bruce just pressed Soros's head and flew forward. Everyone could only see the stream of light quickly rushing out of Central Park, and even starting to fly towards the street. He just used his own energy to start repairing the injuries in the bat's body. But even he didn't notice that even a trace of energy was swallowed up by the bottomless darkness. Then he was hit back with another fist. Soros raised his fists high and slammed them to the ground. It only took a short second. Why the Air family is chasing these spiders is because of that damn prophecy. Even within a short period of time, he had deduced dozens of ways to hit Soros through this complex terrain. Hate each other. Thoros' back has long been completely polished due to the high-speed friction with the ground. And the bones on his back can even be seen. May walked up to Jabber and stretched out her hand. The moment Bruce was about to take action, Soros made a move. He punched in front of him, even though he knew there was nothing in front of him. Although they can devour other animal totems, they are no longer as good as spiders in Thoros' eyes. When Bruce rushed back, all he saw was the portal slowly closing. Where are you from? Jabber scratched his head. But he still did not loosen the handshake with May. I'm back. Peter Parker teleported back to Earth 13 at this time. There are even more problems, big and small. appearing on the arm bones. But when Spider-Man, captain of the universe, was pouring energy into Bruce's body, he discovered something that shocked him beyond measure. Originally, Bruce's thinking speed had already reached an outrageous level. But now that he was immersed in the state of the Speed Force, Bruce had surpassed his former self. Captain Universe Spider-Man wanted to continue exploring. But at this time, a voice stopped Captain Universe Spider-Man's actions. He has learned a lesson, not to mention the advice given to him by the Bat. Now he has no intention of fighting in close combat with these successors, because those things are the same in front of his strength. But for those who need both legs to run, running on a complex terrain is obviously much more difficult than running on a flat ground. But it can only be amazing. Moreland slowly stood up. If I have to say it can only be about the Bat. The darkness that is so rich that it is outrageous. Ah yes. It was only then that Jabber realized that he was still holding May's hand. The sudden appearance of the portal interrupted Bruce's offensive rhythm. He could only watch as Thoros entered the portal and disappeared in front of him. Soros was right. This mysterious cosmic secret energy was indeed abundant life force. When that force entered Bruce's body, it had already begun to repair his body for Soros. He doesn't care at all whether the surrounding terrain is flat or complex. The power in his body began to drain away. Even if he threw a punch at this moment, he would still have the same power as before. But the question is, how could Bruce let him fall to the ground so easily? Before he could touch the earth, the red stream of light appeared again. And this time Bruce pushed him further. Captain Universe Spider-Man slowly landed and reached Bruce's side. He began to infuse Bruce's body with his own cosmic secret energy. Which hand should I hold? This is the darkness born in the Bat. Not something he is born with. There were even two Spider-Men they'd never met before. Bruce glanced at the direction Soros disappeared, then turned around and rushed back to Central Park. Before he fell into coma, Bruce used all his energy to stuff the Red Death in his mind back into the prison of his mind. Even the surrounding ground had already dug out 10 deep marks under his hands. Jabber obviously didn't have much experience in dealing with girls. He held May's hand with some restraint. Hi. My name is Jabber," in the cab of the giant robot. A man wearing a Spider-Man suit was posing in his starting position. "I am the messenger of hell, and I will fight against sinners for the fate of all spiders." He walked to Jessica's side on the other side. The Air brother and sister were fighting with other Spider-Man. But in fact, Soros has already been pushed to New Jersey by Bruce and has completely disappeared in New York. Jessica explained everything to Gwen. It should be Ms. Ms. Spider corrected Spider-Man 2099's name for herself, and then took off her mask modified from a flying hat. "But you can also call me May." Without waiting for them to ask, Peter Parker had already explained. "It seems that now we may have some chance of winning when facing the successor." The Ultimate Spider-Man looked at Leo Patton in the distance, and then looked at the man who was currently resting on Jessica's lap. "Of bats, as a guy who did not appear in the war in the 13 safe zones on Earth, Damons is hunting down 3 spiders here at the moment." The red stream of light instantly hit Soros' body, knocking the big man away. Adjust your posture in the air to ensure that you are standing firmly on the ground when you land. Although I don't know where this bat's superpowers come from, the side effects of that thing are too powerful. What? Soros obviously didn't think that Bruce would ask himself such a stupid question. The broken rocks and uneven ground have turned this place into a completely unknown terrain. Bruce entered the Speed Force state in an instant and began to adapt to all the changes in the surrounding terrain. This sentence also made Soros completely furious. But it was obvious that he did not lose his mind because of this. He knew exactly where his advantages were. "Of course it's the one I'm holding out, Leopardon." Miguel's brother looked at the two people his brother brought back and was really confused. As for the battlefield on Soros' side, the children of the successor family believe that their father is not someone who will fall so easily. "You can let go of my hand," May said awkwardly. But this time Soros was no longer flying in the sky. He fell down. The blow Bruce just made caused him to plow a ravine on the ground that was deeper and wider than his son. He originally wanted to make some witty remarks, but when he saw the dilapidated environment around him and the bat that had fallen to the ground, he naturally knew that he couldn't joke at this time. But Jessica from Earth 616 shook her head. Because when Bruce stopped him before, she could still feel that the bat was just an ordinary person. The bat's lower leg bone was completely broken. Don't even think about it at this moment. The British Spider-Man was standing in front of Maid Parker, staring at Moreland. His combat experience indeed allowed him to ensure maximum stability in such encounters. Jessica turned to look at Captain Universe Spider-Man to see if the strongest guy here could figure out what happened to Bruce. When Spider-Man, Captain of the Universe, saw Bruce's current physical condition clearly, he couldn't help but sigh, "Do not." But the next moment she could no longer find Bruce. Only blood-red bats were left flying where Bruce had been. Eternity prevents him from continuing to explore the problems inside the bat, prohibiting him from exploring the bottomless darkness. Jessica from 616 immediately came to Bruce's side and helped him up. For Moreland, these Spider-Man are not actually his opponents. But when so many little bugs gather together, they will indeed have an impact on him. And the possibility of easily obtaining the descendants has been infinitely reduced. Earth at this moment is also the hometown of Spider-Man 2099. "What's wrong, Bat? Don't you want to hit me now?" Thoros looked up and looked at Bruce, who was standing at the edge of the complex terrain, and spoke with a mocking look on his face. He wants to get his own body back from these three spiders. It can be said that the current Bat is a guy who may become quadriplegic at any time. Gwen frowned, but she knew Bat was not the one to do such a thing. The treatment of the Bat was quite effective, Spider-Man. Captain of the Universe nodded to Jessica, indicating that the Bat was now intact. They knew the Scarlet Bat was coming back, and all they needed to do was get out of here. Welcome to the year. Observers came here and observed everything happening here. I don't know if it's because Soros ate too much Spider-Man, but now his body has completely broken away from the concept of normal superhumanity. This made Captain Universe Spider-Man look at Bruce a little strangely. "This is Miss Spider." At this moment he couldn't hold on any longer and fell directly to the ground. Behind that battlefield was a spider with an anxious look. Only by killing the spider can the successor family continue to be glorious. This guy is indeed a ruthless person. There was absolutely no chance for Soros to stand on the ground. Barry Allen couldn't help but scratch his head when he saw this kind of terrain. Although he could run through every inch of the world in an instant, it didn't mean that he could be familiar with all places. An unknown land, always able to make the Flash suffer a little. Haven't you heard what I said before? Death has no influence on our family. After Soros said these words to Bruce, he quickly stepped forward and charged towards Bruce. The originally flat ground had become rugged in an instant. On the contrary, it looks more like it was carefully designed by people. Soros is trying his best to use his own hands to stop his own momentum. But Jabber obviously didn't understand what May meant. He was like a mouse in a cat-and-mouse game that was ruthlessly toyed with by the cat. But as a guy who can say that he stands above thousands of worlds, Soros's combat experience can be said to be quite rich. And he has adjusted his posture in an instant at this time. Miguel also introduced the lady with 4 mechanical spider legs behind her to Jabber. Although the bat's power has almost reached the limit of human beings, it does not reach the superhuman range. I have already discovered it. But this time I brought back a very powerful companion. As Peter Parker raised his shuttle bracelet high, a bright light lit up in the sky. He quickly let go, but the red color on his face gave him away. May looked away with some embarrassment and said jokingly, "If you are good at this, Peter will still have several hands that have not been shaken." After experiencing this episode, Jabber also asked his brother with some doubts. "What is going on now? I just met Peter Parker not long ago, and I took him to where you live." Jabber looked at Miguel. But at this time, Miguel didn't know how to explain the current situation to his brother. Actually, he didn't forget it, to make a long story short. There are thousands of spider-powered people wandering around in New York City now. And there's someone who wants to kill us. Spider-Man's words made Jabber truly realize what his brother was facing now. Who? He wants to know who is it that dares to pursue Spider-Man so crazily. And this time it was no longer Spider-Man who answered him, but Spider-Mizzen, six-armed Spider-Man on the side. His name is Damon's, and he is a member of a family that makes a living by hunting spiders. They keep us young by sucking the very essence of our lives. Ms. Spider came to Jabber at this time and patted his back. Thank you. Spider-Man in town couldn't believe when his brother had such a powerful weapon. To be honest, this kind of thing should actually be done by Jessica. Not as the famous Thunderbolt, oh I'm sorry. But you probably don't know that among all the Lego parts, the doll is the tightest and hardest. So be careful of your feet. Lego Bat didn't care about the threat of the Red Death at all. He even ran to the Red Death prison. At the door, he said to the guy who was thrust back, "On Earth 13, the current British Spider-Man just explained to Peter Parker and the others after they left. What has happened here?" But at this moment, Bruce opened his eyes and woke up. "Then he is chasing you." Jabber really had a headache now. It was only at this time that he realized that Ms. Spider felt completely different from other Spider-Man. Well, this is the first woman I've seen having such intimate behavior with him. Lego Bat seemed very excited about this scene. He even ran out of his prison and wanted to enter Thomas' prison. At this moment, he was pointing a strange-looking weapon at Damon's. "What is this? You are not a spider." Damon's grabbed Ms. Spider's neck and slowly dragged her in front of him. Otherwise, when they entered the Baxter building, everything they saw made them dumbfounded. Boom. Jessica was responsible for giving Ben Reilly and Kane Parker time to move, attracting the attention of the guards. Yes. That's necessary. Didn't your senior use this trick just now? The effect is outstanding. While taunting Ms. Spider, Damon's grabbed Ms. Spider's neck. Earth. That's not something a proud, conceited, narcissistic guy like Tony Stark could say. Don't worry, Bats, we always have our own ways. And this is our Spider's business, isn't it? Peter Parker said to Bruce confidently. Knock me out with your wit or use your IQ to despise me. Or are you planning to seduce me? You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. But think clearly before you speak. As he spoke, Damon's was completely in control after picking up the six-armed Spider-Man. Damon's put his neck to his mouth. And I don't have to think about anything, I just need to eat. Two extremely sharp spikes shot out from Kane Parker's wrist. Something doesn't make sense. Before Jonathan Stone could finish speaking, another voice interrupted him. This is definitely not good news for them. Because whenever someone who knows them well appears, they may be completely exposed with so many Spider-Mans. I think Johnny will be very happy to come. Jonathan Stone reluctantly stood up, his whole body burning with blazing flames. It's clear that this is a completely different world than the supervillain-dominated world they've been exposed to. That's because he felt that he would definitely reward himself for sending the three spiders in front of Janix. Let's go, I'll hold him back. Maybe Spider-Man has always been like this. Even when they face such a terrifying enemy, they are still fearless. Spider-Man originally wanted to say something, but after hearing his brother's words, he immediately jumped out of the damaged wall and said, "Go now." The six-armed Spider-Man nodded, "I'm afraid so." At this moment, Jabber suddenly spoke, "So he is in New York City now." Damon's couldn't believe that this guy dared to shoot himself. Then don't explain it. But now he didn't inform himself at all. If it was a secret operation, then Iron Man would never bring Spider-Man in through the main entrance so openly. Ben Bat on the other side was just sitting in his prison cell, flipping through his books. They successfully entered the Baxter building. It's your turn soon. Damon's looked at the two guys who were knocked away coldly, and then lifted up the six-armed Spider-Man. After the six-armed Spider-Man said these words to Damon's, he already rushed in the direction of Damon's. His 6 arms spit out spider webs at the same time. Trying to trap Damon's, really, what are you going to do? He used the webbing shot by the 6-armed Spider-Man to pull him over and smash him to the ground. With a ferocious smile on his face, he looked at Spider-Miz. And Spider-Man. Although Bruce did not experience any of this personally during this period, the feelings and scenes in his memory already showed that he was resting on the thigh of Spider-Woman. There wasn't a single Spider-Man present who didn't feel sick to his stomach. Ms. Spider quickly arrived in front of Damon's. She punched Damon's in the face and said, "Back off, monster. Run, Miguel, I'll hold him back." The news of the bat's awakening has spread among the spiders. And they know very well that if it weren't for the bat, this battle would have been quite difficult for them. Divkles equals contentad Peter Parker came to Bat's side in a flash and helped Bat up. The next moment a beam of light had hit Damon's, it was Jabber. Especially the Spider-Man who just got off Leopardton. Damon's strong hand made it completely impossible for Ms. Spider to speak really. The Tony Stark on this planet is no longer the guy they knew. And what he did made the 3 spiders feel disgusted. I scanned the building here before coming in. I guess I can know where their cloning factory is. Ultimate Spider-Man projected a D-projection of the Baxter building next to him. He never thought that he would be suppressed by 2 people working together. This made everything the Red Death had done come to naught. Not to mention that the guy had already stuffed himself back into the brain prison before he became unconscious. He actually calmed down here. He hadn't felt such emotions for a long time. It seems you have brought back some more powerful spiders. Bruce did not reply. He just focused his attention on the spiders he had never seen before. After all, since he appeared in the mental prison, he has never seen Bruce have close contact with any woman. And the one he has the most contact with every day is his assistant Jessica. The Tony Stark they knew would never think that others were stronger than him. He would only despise everyone, logically speaking. If Janix needs this Spider-Man, he will definitely notify him. It looks like you're seriously injured, man. Peter Parker said with concern. The Lego Bat will also not be restricted from entering and exiting its own prison. However, the noise made before was indeed a bit loud, and it had already attracted the guards to run towards here. You're awake, Jessica spoke to Bruce with a smile. He just walked up to Kane Parker and the others. Where did you send them? Bruce also discovered that several Spider-Man guys were missing, intimidating Tony Stark. But Tony Stark obviously did not accept this situation. He just smiled and said to them, he is the smartest man in the world. Where do you think his headquarters will be? At the Baxter building, of course, to be honest at that time. Jessica and Ben Reilly wanted to have a good chat with Tony Stark to see if they could get him to tell him where Janix's cloning base was. But they couldn't, there is a grump in the clone team. Then he turned around and rushed in the direction Spider-Man left. You are actually delicious, Peter. Your unique recipe makes you fuller and tastier than others. Although this is probably not the purpose of making that recipe, the result is definitely self-evident. In golden in the light of the sun, all the life essence of the 6-armed Spider-Man was completely swallowed by Damon's. Even some of the hidden wounds left behind have been healed. You're just a guy with mechanical spider legs. You dress yourself up like a spider. You do have the essence of a spider. But you exude the rusty smell of technology, but... Damon's looked at it, that face that was so close. He stuck out his tongue and licked Ms. Spider's face gently. Maybe I can find some different fun from you. The first face I saw when I opened my eyes was Jessica from Earth 616. To put it simply, we have hit the jackpot. Peter Parker introduced to Bruce the Spider-Man who had just come off Leopardton. Takuno Yamashiro, the Spider-Man of Earth 517780. By the way, behind him, it's his big robot. He said it's called Leopardton. The bat question made Peter Parker laugh. Go get those guys immortalized. The secret energy of the universe in Captain Universe Spider-Man's body has repaired his body as intact as ever. What's going on, originally? Kane Parker had planned to completely expose himself and let himself deal with the thunderbolt in front of him. But this guy who suddenly popped up was obviously a little confused. There was something strange about the totem he sensed from the spider lady. That thing can indeed make Thoros devour a powerful self. Jabber smiled and waved to Ms. Spider, remember to come often if you are free. Believe me, she is already working hard. Ben Riley took off the steel suit with difficulty. His cell is occupied by a large number of books. Whose turn is it now? We need to speed up the progress and completely destroy the clone factory of the heirs during this period of time. The ultimate Spider-Man did not care at all about the blood flowing on his metal spider legs. The power of the spider made him unable to stand up at all in a short period of time. He already felt as if his spine had been completely kicked by the spider. It's no wonder that Soros once called that thing pure life force. Shut up, little dwarf. Otherwise, I will trample you to pieces when I get out. All plans were going smoothly. But unfortunately, Kane Parker and the others ran into trouble. Even the Human Torch was unable to react to this sudden attack. Dinah's things, she stays here in case of emergency. Jabber gently put down the weapon in his hand. Go and kill him. It also made Gwen next to him pay attention to Bruce. Oh, holy shit. But when Scarlet Spider and the others saw the cloning factory, they couldn't help but swear. But the Lego Bat's cheerfulness apparently made the other guy quite angry. You are here, you guys made me search so hard. It took me a full 10 minutes to find you. Damons looked at the three Spider-Man condescendingly. Where did you steal my body and put it? The Red Death slammed his fist on his cell door. Entering the most conspicuous building on Earth. Or the most conspicuous building in New York on this Earth. Put it somewhere you'll never find it, Damons. What are you going to do next? Just wait here for the successor to come to your door again. Bruce stood up straight. He didn't need Peter Parker's support now, to be honest. When Tony Stark said that there is only one master of this world. And that is Gen X, Ms. Spider's words made Damons laugh. Even though he was knocked out of position by Ms. Spider's punch. This cell will have different things depending on each Batman. For example, the Lego Bat's cage is a Lego castle. As for why he told these three spiders this information so simply. But Barry Allen wanted to use the Speed Force to protect Bruce. Which resulted in the guy outside now only having his limbs broken. Although it's quite noisy outside now, it doesn't bother him. Seeing that the six-armed Spider-Man was about to die at the mouth of Damons. Spider-Man and Spider-Miz quickly rushed over to rescue the six-armed Spider-Man. But in the end, the sequelae left on Bruce were also his own work. He had already removed the protection of the Speed Force before Bruce stopped. Hey, what's going on, Iron Man? Wait a minute. A very familiar voice stopped Ben Riley and Kane Parker. Who is this shit? Ben Riley from Earth 94. Kane Parker from Earth 616. And Jessica, who has become the Bat Assistant from Earth 1610, have now successfully entered here. The black and red spider suit flashed before their eyes. And the guy kicked Jonathan Stone directly in the back. How dare you, before he could finish speaking. Jabber had already controlled the thing and hit him again, knocking him out of the buildings. They had Ben Riley put on the iron armors. And although it had taken them an hours, it was good news for them. A group of heavily armed guards even knocked down Tony Stark, who regarded Gen X as the supreme being in this world. No guest may be because those who interrupt others will eventually be interrupted by others. But Damons only easily grabbed the six-armed Spider-Man's web. At this moment, Ms. Spider has kissed Jabber at the same time. The location of the cloning factory was also marked. But that didn't stop him from fighting back. But they were no match for Damons. The guy just flicked his arm and knocked them both away completely. But things often go in the least ideal direction. The guy recognized Kane Parker's face. Ultimate Spider-Man threw this guy aside. But that damn Spider-Man actually used his own energy to completely repair Bruce's body outside. Kane Parker put on his suit again at this time. And the Scarlet Spider reappeared, to be honest. As a world ruled by supervillains, the environment of Earth is much cleaner than these three spiders thought. But the next moment, a metal spider leg had pierced his chest. The next thing to do is to separate. We fought a victory there. And now, of course, we have time to come over and solve your problems here. At this time, more Spider-Man appeared. And they had completely demolished the guards brought by Jonathan Stone. Jonathan Stone. He threw the body of the six-armed Spider-Man out of the wall he knocked open. The flame that he had just burned was extinguished in an instant. He widened his eyes to see who killed him, of course. It was a pity that he could not see the guy's face clearly until the end. They had already defeated a group of guards. The two Spider-Man who came with Ultimate Spider-Man went directly to intercept the guarding troops. So what is going on? Jonathan Stone instinctively felt that something was wrong with the two guys in front of him. That's it, I need to find another place to recruit people. I need a more diverse team, after all. Damons and his relatives are best at dealing with spiders. So I need more people who are not spiders. As soon as Spider-Man finished speaking, the wall behind them had been broken. Ben Reilly even joked here that he didn't even see a Starbucks. This is Peter Parker, I will never mistake that face. The guy walked up to the two people wearing a military uniform unique to this world. There was even a medal of this world on his chest. And there was also a medal on it. Wearing his name tag shows his identity. Because the entire Baxter building was built for a cloning factory. Or that Gen X has converted the entire Baxter building into a clone storage tank for their successors. The location of the clone factory stretches from the base of the Baxter building to the top of it. Let's go, those guys will probably send more troops over. The two Spider-Man who stopped the guards from coming over rushed back to them. When they find out what's going on here, what they want to do becomes harder. The figures of the 5 Spider-Man disappeared at the main entrance. They climbed into the elevator shaft and went up. The most important thing for them now is to get rid of the pursuit of the guards. What did you do? Why have all the searches for me been transferred to you now? Jessica looked at her wrist and saw that the information displayed on the terminal she snatched from an unlucky guard was a bit unclear. So according to the normal plan, it is completely impossible for these two guys to be targeted and searched by these guards. Sometimes plans often fail to keep up with changes. Ben Reilly said helplessly. Ultimate Spider-Man came here with 2 other Spider-Man and knocked over a bunch of guys. So can you hijack the security system and help us escape? I only have a terminal that I snatched from Janix's guards. I can only tell you where they are gathered. But I don't know your location, Jessica told the truth. But this is also a good thing, but if I don't know where you are, then they won't know where you are. Then it looks like we have to destroy the whole building. Ultimate Spider-Man knew very well that if he wanted to completely destroy the resurrection of the Air family, it would be absolutely impossible for this building to stay. He held up the gift in his hand and said to Miss Jessica, I know I shouldn't do this. But she spent a whole week making this for you. I'm afraid you won't receive it. But have you ever thought that they are waiting for you to enter their Earth? Bruce now focused on the girl named Spider Silk. But she is obviously quite popular in this world, yes. Divclass equals contentad. Peter Parker nodded. He did think so. Now they have extremely powerful spider allies and more powerful combat forces that can fight against the Air family. The guard apologized to Miss Jessica. Countless people presented their gifts to Jessica. What do you find me for? But this was enough for Bruce and he walked directly in. It seems that my boss is very capable. Although Jessica didn't know what happened to Bruce, hearing the news that Bruce was well made her feel a little more at ease. So what should we do? Bruce placed Gwen gently on the ground and nodded to Peter Parker. Of course, Peter Parker recorded the Earth of the successor family. But he quickly realized that Bruce asked him the meaning of this matter. Bat's little assistant, are you still there? Ultimate Spider-Man connected his communication to the communication of the previous clone team. Sorry, Miss Jessica, will not happen again. You can't do this. What will happen to this man and his friends? Ben Reilly stopped the Ultimate Spider-Man's idea at this time. These guys don't look up at all. I think you should know what I'm thinking. Scarlet Spider spoke to Ultimate Spider-Man. Every clone that exists inside is in an embryonic state and is alive. The scientist was also very discerning and said to the Spider-Man, or just to the Scarlet Spider and the Ultimate Spider-Man, please don't kill me and my friends. In the next second, a guard passed by Jessica and knocked over the gift in the little boy's hand. Unlike the portals deployed by others, Bruce's portal looks more unstable. The news he got from other Spider-Man was that Spider-Man, the former captain of the universe, was almost sucked to death by Thoros clones. There are all clones here. Scarlet Spider-Man couldn't believe his eyes. It's on every floor. How many clones are there? Close but not quite. The reason I kept you by my side is because you were once the smartest person on the planet. Janix looked at Dr. Warren's childish expression and then waved his hand. If they keep going all the way to special projects, I'll talk to them privately. You can leave. Janix sat on his suspended chair as if he were sitting on a throne. In this world, you can see cowboys riding horses and astronauts wearing spacesuits. There are also those fashionable hot girls in beautiful clothes. The delicate gift just fell to the ground, completely shattered. You should have recorded the frequency of their universe. Bruce believed that Peter Parker had recorded it. They don't want to waste all their time here at this moment. In the central control center of Janix, a person is standing in front of Janix. Forgive Memi King. Now there is a problem that can only be solved by you. There are about 3,000 clones in one layer. The scientist explained to the spiders at this time. In this world, whatever you wear is probably appropriate. But we don't know much about everything they are pressing for. The amazing Spider-Man didn't say anything but nodded. It was obvious that the two of them had reached a tacit understanding. The little boy was completely unaware. We have Captain Universe Spider-Man here, but I don't think this is a good place for a decisive battle. Peter Parker looked at the Central Park that had long since changed beyond recognition. I can only wish you good luck, man. Peter Parker looked at Bruce, who had already sent the Air family's portal frequency to Bruce. I'm going too, Gwen said to Bruce at this time. But when they entered this place, they realized that some things really needed to be seen with their own eyes to feel the shocking feeling. Perhaps due to various reasons before. Spider Silk was now a little uninterested. She sat on a small slope and watched Spider-Man laughing and laughing below. But she could only sit here so lonely. As long as the power is cut off, they can die in this embryonic state otherwise. This guy would not have thought of placing the battlefield of the decisive battle on the Earth of the successor family. Perhaps remembering the bat's attitude towards her before. She turned her head dissatisfied. Just looking at this world might make people think that the successors are all qualified rulers. Looking at Gwen in front of him, Bruce just opened his arms and hugged her gently. As sharp as ever, Dr. Warren, do you know why I keep you by my side? Janix looked at Dr. Warren below with a smile. Someone has invaded here. It looks like Spider-Man, Dr. Warren tentatively said to Janix. This proves that in this universe, even Captain Universe may not be able to suppress sorrows reliably. As soon as he opened his mouth, Jessica was a little overwhelmed at this moment. Ultimate Spider-Man and other Spider-Man have jumped on top of the jars containing clones. We briefly called their cloning factory the Central Shaft. And this Central Shaft has an entrance on almost every floor. That means we are very likely to meet a cute, unlucky guy on this floor who can help us open the gate of the factory. Ultimate Spider-Man looked at the scientists who were looking down at the data in their hands almost all the time. What are you going to do? Gwen instinctively felt that what Bruce was going to do was quite dangerous. After all, this is a real bat. Enter the password to open the door, or I'll knock it open with your heads. Coupled with his fierce spider suit. These words indeed made their scientists panic. But the scientists did not choose to raise an alarm or anything. Bruce rubbed his bracelet and a flashing portal appeared in front of him. Can you find a place to power this place? Ben Reilly asked Jessica before Ultimate Spider-Man spoke. It doesn't matter, we can handle it ourselves. Ultimate Spider-Man said quite confidently at that time. That bat almost killed Thoros, the patriarch of the Air family. And Captain Universe fell into Thoros' hands. The Ultimate Spider-Man still remembers the blood-red armor on Bruce's body at that time. Found it. The main energy room is on the east side of the building, but it's difficult to enter. Jessica did find the energy location that powered there in the terminal. But now that they kicked me out of the system, I need to leave to find another communication device. Before I find it, you'd better settle down for a while. Jessica had already hung up her communication. But the Spider-Men on the other side don't think so. Except Spider-Man's suit. After Bruce disassembled Spider-Silk's shuttle bracelet, although there were some things he still didn't understand. Come and introduce me. Scarlet Spider-Man ignored his words at all. Perhaps it was to avoid getting lost after entering the Baxter building. Ultimate Spider-Man looked back at Scarlet Spider. This place is simply like a hodgepodge world, making it impossible for people to understand what kind of era they are in. Although she wasn't disgusted, it was a bit reserved to show such feelings in this situation. Ordinary people mixed among a bunch of superpowers are really worrying. You're just an ordinary person, you'll probably die there. Peter Parker wanted to dissuade the Bat from implementing his crazy idea. It didn't take long at all for the unlucky guy to have reached the door of the central shaft. Both are even called Jessica. We only know now that they want descendants. Other objects and brides. Bruce didn't care about the little movements of the spider silk. He just moved his eyes away, no longer paying attention to the spider silk. But looked at the descendants called, but we don't know what they want these 3 items for. But now that they know I'm spying on the system and are trying to kick me out, there's nothing I can do to help you. There should be nothing wrong with my boss, right? But at this point, Jessica also wanted to know what happened to the Bat. There is also the absolutely weird speed and the flying bat behind him. Because I have a keen nature, Bruce walked up to the little boy, knelt down, and helped the little boy pick up the exquisite gift, which was engraved with the emblem of the Air family. Spider Silk noticed a line of sight falling on her. She turned her head and looked over, and what she saw was the Bat standing next to Peter Parker. She thought about going to Peter Parker to discuss it, but thought about the hormones that would burst when the two of them were close. Give it to me, Bruce just said calmly. And Peter Parker also knew what the Bat in front of him needed. Peter Parker Syed knew the guy in front of him very well. And this Miss Jessica just responded indifferently to the little boy with an unclear answer. But he could probably change one of his destinations to another universe. But he seemed to be dawdling there, not knowing what to do, which made Kane Parker a little unbearable. It was a woman wearing the exact same suit as Earth 616 Spider-Woman. Please, you don't know what you're getting into. The scientist obviously wanted to dissuade this vicious spider. But it obviously didn't work. It's like a weird anime world where people of all kinds can walk freely here. Jessica could see that all the information on her terminal was gradually disappearing. That was because those guys had discovered Jessica's actions, and they were reducing the information that Jessica could receive. If I'm going to let every street rat we pass by catch me, I really don't know what I'm doing and bringing a guard. Miss Jessica clearly didn't like the little boy before leaving in the distance. Actions. Bruce suddenly withdrew his gaze and placed it on Peter Parker. When Bruce came out from the other end, he saw an extremely strange world at this moment. Peter Parker and Bruce are discussing their next actions. It was obvious that they had cleared out the central shaft. Before that was the huge cloning factory. But they never thought that so many things would be stored in it. No one can change the decision he made. Is this just Janix? Or are there also his brothers and sisters? Ultimate Spider-Man looked at the astonishing number of clones layer by layer. Among those things, only those valuable and rare things will be kept in the arms of this Miss Jessica. Because he knows very well that Ultimate Spider-Man has no good intentions towards these people. He is very likely to plant a bomb directly and blow up the entire cloning factory. You plant bombs here and we'll take care of everything. With these words, Scarlet Spider-Man and Ultimate Spider-Man left here. The surrounding residents glanced at the little boy. Although some people felt sorry for him, they did not say anything and chose to turn around and leave. Gwen was stunned by Bruce's sudden But before she could react, she felt as if her head was so dizzy that she was about to fall asleep. You want to go to their universe and deal with them. Bruce already understood what Peter Parker meant, and placed the battlefield for their decisive battle in the opponent's universe. The Scarlet Spider appeared hanging upside down in front of the unlucky guy. They are all here, and there are different people on each floor. This scientist can be said to be quite obedient. No matter what the Spider-Man said, he would explain it. Each of their guard terminals contains an offline map of Baxter Tower. Miss Jessica, wait. The little boy's somewhat excited voice reached Bruce's ears. It seems we still need Peter Parker here. Ben Reilly couldn't help but curl his lips as he looked at the two departing figures. After all, only the Harry Potter of Earth 616 can control these guys. Don't be like what I think. Peter Parker stared seriously at the bat in front of him. I don't want to look into the eyes of bats anymore. But Bruce also noticed the looks in the eyes of the people around him, who were shocked by the little boy's rude behavior. At this time, a little boy appeared from behind Miss Jessica and gently patted Miss Jessica's arm. There are even suspended cars flying in the sky. But there are many quaint buildings on the ground. But Bruce still controlled his symbiote metal to simulate a black suit and walked on the street. And based on the previous successor's eagerness for these three things, it is obvious that they want to rely on these three things to solve their urgent needs. Don't worry, I will take good care of hers. He honestly opened the door to the cloning factory in front of the spiders. Then we have to find a way to demolish this fortress, designed by the most genius in the world, without spilling blood. Ben Reilly said, looking at the scientist. The little boy was left sitting there, looking at the damaged gift. He opened his hands and said with a smile to the doctor he was quite optimistic about, "Tell me. Dr. Warren, what's the problem?" But the appearance of a person made him understand that those guys were just horrible dictatorships. Bruce did not answer Gwen's question, but concentrated on adjusting his bracelet so that his bracelet could open a portal to the successor family's Earth. Bat just glanced at him and then lowered his head and began to operate the bracelet on his hand to maintain his body's stability and also enable him to initiate teleportation. Thank you, the little boy thanked Bruce politely. Maybe I can take you home. Bruce saw that several children clearly showed obvious malice towards the little boy in front of him. There are times when children do the darkest things to children. The little boy did not refuse Bruce's request, he nodded. He is still very lonely now, after all. Just now Miss Jessica completely smashed the exquisite gift made by his mother. And he still doesn't know how to deal with his mother. In other words, maybe the mother will not blame herself for these things. But his blame for himself will not be eliminated for a while. What an exquisite gift. Bruce looked at the gift in the little boy's hand and praised it. My mother has been working on this thing for a week. The little boy felt sorry for the thing in his arms. After all, it was something that his mother had worked hard for a week to make. And now it was completely broken like this. But I should also be blamed. I rashly pulled Miss Jessica's arm. The little boy shook his head. He always felt that he had ruined his mother's plan. Miss Jessica is not someone who comes here easily. It is difficult for them to meet this person. Bruce rubbed the little boy's head and said, There's no need to be discouraged. Just give it to her next time. After all, I didn't give her my gift while speaking. Bruce took out a small ornament from his belt. Although the thing is quite small, the level of sophistication on it is no worse than the totem jewelry in the boy's hand. It has to be said that in this world, the Air family is still mysterious. They only know that occasionally some worlds are stitched together on the edge of their cities. And their cities are getting bigger and bigger. Their goal is clear, that is. The little boy and the unsent gifts in the little boy's arms. Alas, Tilda, the other one, couldn't say anything. He did know that man's determination. But he just didn't want to see such a person enter that hell-like place. The heirs all have bad tempers. Miss Jessica is the most approachable person among all the heirs. Huey suppressed his voice and said to Bruce, This. Several people responsible for recruiting doctors looked at each other, and could only bite the bullet and try to explain to Miss Jessica. But at this moment, a rather magnetic voice reminded me of the place where I had previously recruited doctors. After the little boy came into contact with Miss Jessica, the guards around Miss Jessica had strengthened their defenses to prevent anyone from coming into contact with Miss Jessica like the little boy. He planned to just do as Bruce said, I know. Huey put on a smile again. But when he saw the gift in his arms shattered like this, he didn't know what would happen to him when he returned home. Facing Bruce, the child was obviously afraid. Several children explained clearly the reasons why they came to trouble the little boy. When the little boy heard the words successor, he couldn't help but shudder, and the lonely look on his face also changed. This also prevented many people who wanted to give gifts to Miss Jessica from giving away their gifts. At the same time, he also agreed with Bruce's words. After all, he really didn't get scolded or beaten. So you didn't recruit a single doctor today. Miss Jessica was obviously quite dissatisfied with their work efficiency. Bruce patted Huey on the shoulder. Okay, stop talking. The most important thing is to send you home now. Pantheon and Colosseum in Rome, talk to your mother. Tell the truth and your mother will forgive you. Bruce spoke to Huey seriously. They regard this place as their trophy exhibition room. You keep walking towards the castle of the Air family. And on the way you can see the location where doctors are always being recruited. And we have never seen anyone from the Air family come out to buy food or anything else. They have never even appeared to patrol the territory. Huey's voice became even louder when he said these words. It was too low if Bruce's hearing wasn't good enough. He might not be able to hear clearly what Huey said. Besides, Bruce has already seen that this world can be said to be super integrated. Huey looked into Bruce's blue eyes and nodded. Between life and disability, they can still distinguish which one they should choose. What do you want to do? Obviously, the successors have gathered all the fragments of the universe they conquered into this universe. I can get more money by trading with them. Bruce said helplessly, I also need to eat right. Huey nodded, quite agreeing with his mother's words. Looking at the little boy's lonely expression, Bruce probably understood what the current Air family was like here. The two workers were obviously a little wary of Bruce approaching. But think about it apart from their kilograms of flesh. What else could they have to attract such a well-dressed man to harm them? After receiving Bruce's affirmative answer, a bright smile appeared on Huey's face. Then remember to come to me. So you came here to bully him. Shouldn't you prepare better and more exquisite gifts and wait for the next time Miss Jessica comes out to dedicate your heart to it? Bruce looked at the little boy in front of him. Children, I spoke to them in a serious tone. Huey held Bruce's outstretched hand, and he smiled at this moment. Maybe it was because he met an adult who didn't treat him as a child. Or because he met a new friend. Bruce stood there in a suit, looking at the advertisement posted on his face with a smile. The big deal is just a few more people dying. There is always someone who can heal their wounds. But doesn't this mean that he has completely put aside the purpose of coming here? We have to teach him a lesson and let him know that Miss Jessica cannot be touched by anyone. Obviously, these children came here to deal with the little boy. Obviously, because the little boy touched Miss Jessica before. Things made them quite angry. Huey's mother just touched Huey's head, then just make another one. We can always deliver the gift to the person we want to give it to. In other words, in the eyes of these residents, these guys are the best people in the world. Or the best people to them. Because the entire world is under the control of the Air family. The last doctor's arm was torn off by a successor because he was too slow to remove the fragment. Miss Jessica is not only the housekeeper in this castle, but also the favorite of the most favored heir in this castle. At this moment, Jessica Drew in this world has returned to the successor family castle, and she is greeting those responsible for recruiting doctors. The temperament exuding from Bruce's body is really scary, especially those bottomless eyes. As long as those heirs want to, the Air family can easily kill them. He almost picked through all the crowded places, while the doctor recruiter breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little worried about the young man who dared to apply for a doctor. Of course, the bigger reason is that the little boy prevents these children from getting in touch with Jessica. The city is also very big. The little boy raised his head and glanced at Bruce. And what he saw was Bruce's regretful expression. Is this place still recruiting doctors? It can be said that few people are good, however. Bruce had quick eyesight and quick hands, and protected the little boy behind him. Didn't you see the look in that man's eyes? No one can stop him. The worker raised his beer and drank it in one gulp. At this time, Huey also saw the door of his house. The Bruce that Huey was thinking about had long since disappeared into the market where Miss Jessica once appeared. Thank you. Bruce patted the shoulder of the worker who pointed the way for him, and then left the taverns. Bruce turned around and squatted down, extending his hand to the little boy, Wick John Kane. Nice to meet you, Huey. Bruce needs to hear what these guys are saying about those people. Bruce just heard this and already got up and went to the two workers. But all they can do now is to recruit those doctors again. That's right. Later, Miss Jessica even stopped accepting our gifts. But Bruce doesn't think those guys who travel between multiverses and devour Spider-Man are kind-hearted people who will treat their civilians peacefully. Then he quickly ran into his home. Then you are as pitiful as me. The little boy couldn't help but gain some balance at this time, and patted Bruce's arm, hoping to stop Bruce from being too depressed. Aren't you pushing people into a pit of fire? Another worker obviously couldn't accept his friend's behavior. What if Miss Jessica's inside and outside are different? This time Miss Jessica only came out to receive gifts from a few people, and didn't take too many things at all. I just don't know when I will be able to see him again. Why do you want to trade with the heirs? Huey was a little curious why Bruce wanted to trade with the guy in the castle. However, Bruce also got some more important news. What happened? He wanted to say something to Bruce, but he seemed to be afraid of something. It's obviously the same price when we trade with everyone. But where? Huey didn't dare to continue, of course. Not many people dare to contact this female steward easily. As for why this happened, they themselves couldn't tell. Isn't the reason why they came here just to deal with the guy who offended Miss Jessica? I guess Miss Jessica doesn't want you to be like this. They are not people outside the castle, and they don't know what kind of identity the person in front of them has inside the castle. If this person said something bad in front of the successor, none of them would be able to escape. They had seen with their own eyes what the doctors looked like after treating the people of the heir family. I believe you should know where this place is. If you are not a doctor or just come here to have fun, I believe you should have an unforgettable experience. Miss Jessica said to Bruce quite seriously. I will you have one chance if you really came here to have fun. If you turn around and leave now, I won't do anything to you. He could only raise his head and ask Bruce, Wick, do you think I will be scolded when I go home? I ruined the gift that my mother worked so hard to make for Miss Jessica. All can only be attributed to the great power of the heir family. Madam, those guys respect Miss Jessica very much. It's enough for everyone to just see her surface. The full name of Miss Jessica is also Jessica Drew, and she is the kindest steward in the successor family castle. But even with this status, he has gained a lot of love from civilians. This also made the doctors in the successor family's castle tremble. But they did not dare to leave there. The giant stone statues on Easter Island are all gathered in this world. Yes, he went too far, pyramids of Egypt. But Miss Jessica didn't care about that. She walked over and looked Bruce up and down. From every aspect, the man in front of her looked more like a model than a doctor. But Huey soon stopped his smile, but soon a child recovered. And he knew exactly what he was going to do here. Children look at me and I look at you. They don't know what they should say, but they always feel that what the adult in front of them says makes sense. In her eyes, thighs kind of thing was completely within reach. But these guys didn't do anything, actually. I came here this time to get in touch with Miss Jessica. I want to provide better services to the heir. When Bruce finished saying this, he was already observing the little boy's condition. But sometimes this is the case, the more nervous you are. The easier it is to make mistakes. And the more mistakes you make, the easier it is to lose your life. After hearing Bruce move Miss Jessica out, several children ran away in a hurry. You must know that those successors have too high requirements for doctors. Don't they know whether the man in front of them has the ability to touch Miss Jessica? What if, especially the temperament of this man, is really like the man who came out of the castle? If you can't think about it anymore, you can buy more wines. And then we'll drink you to deaths. There's no need to go to that place. A worker also wanted to persuade Bruce to give up his crazy idea. Brother, I want to know where I can go to heal the heirs. The two workers couldn't control their expressions as soon as Bruce opened his mouth. Most of the people who appeared in front of them were the stewards in the heir family's castle. Obviously, heir is not a good word here for the little boy. And at this time when they were passing by an alley, several children suddenly rushed up outside a bar. Several workers who had served as liquor carriers for the heir family were chatting. They were almost crippled before they left the heir family castle. Okay, the Miss Jessica they were talking about. If Bruce guessed correctly, she should just be a housekeeper in the successor family. Huey looked around cautiously, and after confirming his surroundings, he raised his head to face Bruce. My name is Huey Howard. The little boy whispered his name behind Bruce at this time. The successor family, they learned from their mouths, is mysterious and powerful. And they don't even show up easily. And that successor is not only the most favored, but also the most cruel. After listening to Bruce's words, Huey refuted Bruce. No way, me mother loves me very much. She has never hit me. But this time she will probably scold me. Even Bruce shocked them as soon as he opened his mouth. There are not many doctors available in the heir family castle now. And those guys look down on people outside. The heir family's most lacking manpower now is doctors. And then guards. No way, not everyone's gifts can be given to Miss Jessica. The little boy could only comfort himself with these words now. Mom, I'm sorry I couldn't deliver it and I ruined your gift. Huey explained to his mother truthfully what he had experienced. Just like Bruce said. But when another worker looked into Bruce's eyes, he already understood that no one could persuade this man. They never thought that someone would rush to the successor family castle to die. It always makes them feel like they are facing the guards around Miss Jessica, or the successors who are basically only spread in urban legends. I saw my home, he ran a few steps forward, then stopped and turned to look at Bruce. Will we meet again in the future? Divkles equals contented vs, Bruce smiled. The boy pouted. Bruce pretended to think and said, if you don't tell the truth, I think your mother might spank you. Only then could he begin to slowly outline in his mind the current state of the heir family in this world. Miss Jessica's hand behind her back was making a gesture to the guard at this time. The guard also understood what Miss Jessica meant, that is, if the guy in front of him really dared to turn around and leave, then he would be killed directly. Bruce still said to Miss Jessica with a smile on his face, I did come here to apply for a doctor. Miss Jessica looked at Bruce in front of her and said nothing more. Since this guy insists on saying that he is here to apply for a job as a doctor, let him try anyway, it will cost him his life. Then he will be left to you. I believe you should be able to arrange for him. Well, Miss Jessica nodded, and then spoke to those who were previously responsible for recruiting doctors. As soon as Miss Jessica took a few steps, she turned to Bruce and said, I hope I can see you again in a few days. Bruce left here without waiting for a reply. Madam walked slowly. The people who were previously responsible for recruiting doctors bowed deeply to Miss Jessica's back. While they sent Jessica off respectfully, they were also thankful that they could survive. Although they know that they will most likely not die at the hands of Miss Jessica. Who knows if those heirs will hurt themselves again if they go out this time. If the heirs were really injured and they couldn't find a suitable doctor, then what awaits them is when the butcher knife above their heads will fall. But now the appearance of this man has relieved their urgent need. At least they now have a doctor who can solve this problem properly. To be honest, we both want you to appear. But we don't want you to appear. A man walked up to Bruce's side and his right cuff was empty. Obviously, he was one-armed. As for why he became a one-armed hero, it probably has something to do with the successors. What's wrong? I think it's the best thing to be able to serve the heirs. Bruce acted like a devout believer of the heirs at this moment. When the others heard Bruce's words, they all looked at Bruce strangely. Most of them are pitiful, but they also don't care. Perhaps it's because they have seen so many dead people here that they have already become numb. I can only say that you are asking for it. I will take you to find out where the medical equipment here is. Where is the main place where the wounds of several heirs are treated? The one-armed doctor used his only remaining one of his arms, patted Bruce on the shoulder. By the way, my name is Kurt Connors. After finishing speaking, Doctor Connors turned around and led Bruce towards the medical room. Wick John Kane, just call me Kane. Bruce followed Dr. Connors to their destination. The castle of the heir family is quite quaint. It is quaint. As if their medieval castle was moved directly from England. With almost no modern equipment, of course. This may be because the successors did not want that kind of thing to appear here. Of course, those are just ordinary facilities in the castle. The medical room is completely different. Their medical treatment can be said to be advanced, which is a bit unbelievable. No matter what kind of equipment they are basically available here. It seems that they are very precious about their lives. Even if they can be resurrected, they are not willing to cause too much damage to their bodies. As you have seen, we have almost all the medical equipment here. What we need is to get their bodies back to normal in the shortest possible time. Dr. Connors said this with some helplessness, because he knows best that based on the injured state of the successor, it is completely impossible to recover in the shortest time. But it's also thanks to the heir's abnormal self-healing abilities. As long as you do what they want, they usually won't look for anything, and their wounds will recover quickly. It just didn't achieve the goal of the successor, who could start hunting again just by stepping out of the medical room. As for the rest, I can only ask for your own blessings, Doctor. Connors patted Bruce on the shoulder, shook his head and left, and just as Dr. Connors left, a successor broke in. Help me pick out the thing from the wound on my back. It was one of the twins who had appeared on Earth 13 before. The white-haired woman is not in a good condition right now. Her back has been completely damaged by someone's attack, and it also contains quite a lot of concrete debris. The woman directly took off her entire top, allowing the doctor to see the wounds on her back more thoroughly. Bruce didn't say anything, but just picked up the tools on the side and began to pick out the concrete debris and other things from the wound on his back for the woman. For Paula, today was really unlucky. First, she suffered a big loss on Earth 13. Later, he hit the same target with his exiled brother. No one knew what her exiled brother had gone through, and she and Blix couldn't defeat him. He even injured himself. She didn't know whether it was because of her own psychological effects or some other reason. But she didn't feel the pain on her back, let alone the doctor's actions. Miss, the wound has been taken care of. Bruce's magnetic voice rang in Paula's ears. And it was only then that the heir realized that the ones who treated his wound today were not the clumsy guys before. It's not just the looks that make people unappetizing. You just came. Paula didn't care at all that she hadn't put on her shirt yet. She just held her face up and looked at the guy next to her. Yes, miss, Bruce lowered his head, as if he didn't dare to look directly at Paula. Divclass equals contentad. Bruce knows that if he wants to continue to stay here, he must keep himself humble at all times and let them understand that the people in front of them are just their servants. Are you interested in being my personal doctor? Looking at the doctor in front of her, Paula suddenly became interested, and she approached Bruce. She didn't know where she conjured a dagger, and used the blade of the dagger to lift Bruce's chin. But when Paula saw Bruce's face, her interest became even greater, because the man in front of her was indeed quite attractive. Isn't it a little bit that such a nice face only stays in the medical room? Paula brought her face close to Bruce's, stretched out her tongue and gently licked Bruce's face. Are you wasting your natural resources? I'm just a servant of the adults. I can do whatever the adults need. Bruce still remained humble. He lowered his gaze, not to look at Paula, and tried his best to avoid seeing the sensitive parts of Paula's body. Then from today on, you are my servant. Paula had not put on her own clothes until this moment. She had to praise Bruce for his superb skills. She couldn't even feel the pain of the injury on her back. Do you still want to stay in this dark medical room? Why don't you follow me? Paula saw that Bruce did not follow her. So she turned around and said to Bruce, "Sorry, miss." Bruce seemed to have a sudden realization and left the medical room. Follow behind Paula. It wasn't until this moment that Paula remembered that she hadn't asked Bruce's name. So what's your name, my lovely servant? Paula smiled. Just call me Kane, miss. It's really a good name. Paula said this without any sincerity, after all for them. There is no need to remember a servant's name so clearly. They only need to know that this servant is serving them. Paula and Bruce didn't have any more conversations along the way. And Bruce also had his own time to carefully record the time and pace required to get from one place to another. At this time, they came to the central hall of the successor family castle. Oh, my dear sister, as Paula's twin brother. Blix immediately saw Bruce following Paula. Looks like you found yourself a very suitable toy. Brix didn't pay much attention to Bruce. This is not a toy, this is my intimate servant. Paula leaned on Bruce. She stretched out her fingers and gently scratched Bruce's face. This surprised Brix. It was obvious that Paula was somewhat different to this servant. Borix even felt that his sister was deceived by this guy's pretty face and completely fell in love with him. But he soon shook his head and threw his stupid idea out of his mind. How could his sister have such feelings for a servant? For his sister, there were too many such servants. They were just toys for a while, and those who played with them would naturally throw them away. Even though this servant might be a little special, it's not that much special in the end. There is only one fate for this servant, and that is to be tired of playing killed or abandoned in an unknown corner. Okay. But father is already calling us. Things between you and your servant can be postponed for a while. Brix thought of another place to move forward. When Paula heard this, she could only shrug helplessly, gently caressed Bruce's face and said, "It seems that the game between us can only wait. It will start after I come back." At this time, Miss Jessica appeared here. It was obvious that she was a little surprised that Bruce could appear here. But she quickly corrected her expression, became quite calm, and knelt down on one knee in front of Paula to express her submission. "You came just in time to send my new valet to my bedroom." Paula said to Miss Jessica, "Okay, no problem, miss. Is there anything else I can do for you?" Miss Jessica spoke to Paula. But now Paula didn't care about Jessica's words at all. She just pulled Bruce's tie and kissed Bruce on the lips. Then he followed Blix in the direction he left. "You can crawl faster than I thought," after Paula left. Miss Jessica slowly stood up from the ground. She looked at Bruce calmly. Bruce didn't say anything. He just bowed his head to Miss Jessica. "Don't bow to me or I will be torn apart by Miss Paula." Miss Jessica, although she enjoyed Bruce bowing to her, she still said this to Bruce. After returning from the Hall of Successors, Paula simply couldn't describe her mood. One of her damn brothers, the one who held the secret of their resurrection, Janix, actually let the spiders destroy the cloning base. This means that in their next actions, even if there is a mistake that kills them, they will die completely and will no longer have the chance to be resurrected. Moreover, none of them achieved their goals before invading Earth 13. Not one of the other sprite or descendant was brought back. If they could bring one back, they wouldn't be so passive now. After all, the prophecy has stated that as long as they can bring one back, the others will naturally find it here. At that point, they just have to deal with those damn Spider-Mans. That's what makes Paula miserable right now. What was once unscrupulous is now becoming restrained. Paula took a deep breath, but she knew that no matter what she said, no, it was useless. What they needed was to rest well and wait for the next hunt. As for whether spiders will come to their world, no successor will believe that those little bugs have such courage. Even now, they can still crush those bugs to death easily. But thinking of this, Bo stretched her waist and frowned at the slight pain in her back. But that was only a moment, and the next second her face was already filled with smiles, because she knew there was someone waiting for her in her room. As Paula opened the doors, Bruce was standing quietly in the center of the room. Waiting for her to come back, nothing was moved. No hands or feet were moved. Everything was just as it was when she left. This made Paula's love for Bruce rise to another level. Those servants in the past often would not wait for me so quietly. "Miss, you are back." Bruce saluted Paula, stroking his chest. Although I don't know if the successor will do this. He wants to do his best in etiquette. She wouldn't say anything either. Now Paula doesn't want to continue with these red tapes. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed Bruce's tie, and kissed Bruce on the mouth. "Let's enjoy the happy time between us." As the kiss ended, Paula showed an extremely charming smile to Bruce. And then she pulled Bruce's tie and walked towards the bathroom. When night fell, Paula was lying in Bruce's arms, quietly enjoying this moment of peace. "You are the first servant who can make me so satisfied." Paula gently stroked Bruce's face. "If possible, I really want to stay here with you for a while. But I still need to make some other preparations. Just wait here and I will be back soon," Paula said to Bruce after saying this. He sat up and the wound that Bruce had stitched before had disappeared. The resilience of the heirs is truly amazing. At this moment, Bruce showed a very high quality of a valet. He immediately got up and prepared all the clothes for Paula and helped Paula get dressed. "What a sweetheart. I hope we can get along well in the future." Paula kissed Bruce's lips and then left here. But at this moment, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded in the castle. Paula's eyes became quite ferocious at this moment, and she knew exactly what the sound was. And now she could smell the scent of spiders. Those spiders came to their world so unexpectedly. But this is a good thing. If those spiders are to be killed completely, the successor's major trouble will be eliminated, and she will naturally be able to enjoy her life here. Bruce's eyes were a little surprised, although he didn't know what the alarm in the heir family meant. But it's probably quite urgent. Palazico was also observing Bruce's situation. When she saw the surprise in Bruce's eyes, she understood that this matter had nothing to do with her valet. "Stay in my room and don't move around otherwise. I don't want it to take a long time to find a manservant who suits my liking," Paula said to Bruce seriously then. Without waiting for Bruce to answer, she disappeared. But that's exactly what Bruce needs after Paula left. Bruce had already controlled the symbiote metal to cover his whole body. "Let's see what it's like here." The symbiote metal spread to Bruce's face, forming a completely enclosed helmet. While heading to Paula's room, Bruce had already let some of the symbiote metal follow the shadows in every corner to explore the structure of the castle. Bruce has quite a lot of experience with this kind of huge castle, because he has many people living in the castle in his mind. Of course, the Lego Bat did not agree with Bruce's words. He thought that he only lived in a relatively large house. Symbiote metal did not live up to Bruce's expectations at all. They had explored the entire castle and built a suitable three-dimensional model for Bruce. Everything has been revealed in front of Bruce. Although symbiote metal has roughly recorded the guards and personnel inside the castle, the successors are like ghosts and have completely failed to give symbiote metal a chance to record. And the only successor Bruce has access to is Paula. The woman was now moving quickly towards the outside of the castle. They might have encountered someone who dared to invade them. The jet black bat suit now made Bruce move around the castle like a ghost. Almost all the guards had been taken out by the successors, and they obviously took this matter very seriously. Bruce came to the hall of the successor almost without any hindrance. As mentioned before, these guys still use candles for lighting even though they have mastered the technology of immortality. It's like having an obsession with candles. It's just that now is not the time to think about this matter. Bruce has already found a very important guy. Master Weaver. Bruce looked at the guy weaving a huge spider web on the ceiling. His lower body is a giant spider body made of metal. The top is a normal human body. The Master Weaver looked down at Bruce. A bat know you are darkness. When Master Weaver saw Bruce, he thought at first glance that he was the owner of a bat totem. But when he looked carefully, all he could see from Bruce was a strong dark aura. It was a terrifying darkness. If what I saw in the Air family before was pure blood, what I saw in Bruce was all the darkness. This caused some problems to suddenly appear in the network that the weaving master was originally weaving. A portal has been opened. On the other side of the portal is a man holding a steel fork. Home. The man looked at the open portal next to him in disbelief. He could feel that it was his home, however. His father was still unwilling to return to the family. Now why? Khan tentatively stepped through the portal in front of him. When he found out that he had indeed not been driven away directly, he knew that he could go home. Divkles equals contented after all this time. I'm finally home. Khan shouted loudly, holding a steel fork. The question is, where are the other successors around to greet him? Some are just bats. Although Bruce learned from other spiders that there was a successor wearing a diving mask. But I never thought that I would meet this guy in this situation. The smell of spiders, Khan, who came back, could already smell the smell of spiders outside that had almost reached the sky. This spider definitely didn't smell like the spider that my brothers and sisters preyed on. Spiders came to this world. They began to mount their own counterattacks. Who are you? Khan noticed the bat in front of him. Although he hasn't been home for a long time, Khan still knows that not everyone can enter this place. Even the lover of a brother or sister is impossible. Not to mention, how could those guys have lovers? Darkness, pure darkness. The Weaver Master introduced Bruce. These words stunned Khan for a moment. But the next moment, a figure had crashed through the castle wall and fell directly into the hall. That's Brix, Khan. Brix looked at the guy holding the steel fork and said in disbelief, "It seems your exile is over, now we need you." Brix wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. These spiders were indeed just small bugs. But too many bugs could always hurt people. Even natural enemies. Bruce keenly grasped the information from Brix's mouth. And the successor in front of him was exiled. This can also explain what Ultimate Spider-Man and the others explained before. Why even members of the Air family can fight. Because they don't regard Khan as their brother or sister. They even wish that Khan died outside, in other words. It's not that they want Khan to die outside. But their clan leader wants Khan to die outside. I want to know, is my clone Jessica on the communication line now? Bruce began to try to communicate with Jessica in the clone team. Boss, do you miss me? Is there a clone named Khan in the cloning factory? I believe you should have backed up the information there. Bruce looked at the two guys in front of him. Brix looked at Bruce's bracelet and rushed to Bruce, Spider's friend. Unfortunately, before he could rush over, the Spider-Men who were originally entangled with him had already rushed in and took Brix directly for the rest of the battle. No, boss. Jessica from 1610 searched as quickly as possible. Not to mention that the name Khan was not included in the information about the cloning factory. Even the list of employees recruited by Genix did not include a guy named Khan. This also made Bruce understand that the guy in front of him was a guy who was abandoned by the successor family. Talking about exilian fact, I just hope that he will die outside. Khan saw Brix locked in a hard fight and instinctively wanted to step forward to fight. But Bruce was already standing in front of him. Khan doesn't care about the bat in front of him. Anyone who stops him from saving his family should die. He held the steel fork high and stabbed Bruce in the face. Are they really your family? Bruce looked at the steel fork in front of him calmly, not caring whether he would die under the steel fork. The next second, the steel fork was about to pierce Bruce's head and stopped. What do you mean? Khan didn't know what Bruce meant by saying this. Could he avoid the fate of being killed? Your brothers and sisters can all be resurrected after death. But why is there no backup for you in the clone factory? Bruce stretched out a finger and gently moved the steel fork in front of him. What clone factory? During the time when Khan was wandering around, he really knew very little about what was happening in his family. But he instinctively felt that what Bruce said was quite important. Hunting Spider-Man. I think you should know how difficult it is to kill these chatty bugs with spider totems. When Bruce was talking, Peter Parker and the others had already rushed in. But they couldn't help but feel excited after hearing Bruce's comments to them. A black line at one end, he seems a little annoying. Peter Parker said to the Ultimate Spider-Man beside him. Ultimate Spider-Man didn't say anything. On the contrary, he agreed with Bruce's words. He himself felt that it was really a headache to have so many Spider-Man together. You should have been seriously injured and almost died. But do you think any of your brothers and sisters have died? Bruce began to get closer to Khan. It has even reached a fairly close distance. Khan didn't know how to answer Bruce. Because this thing is true. He almost died at the hands of spiders several times. And it was not like he didn't meet his brothers and sisters afterwards. Their powers are indeed unlikely to survive in the hands of some very dangerous Spider-Man. But he didn't think too much about it at the time. They never consider you family from the bottom of their hearts. All they want is for you to die outside. When Bruce spoke, he lightly patted Khan on the shoulder. Bang! At this moment, Sorrow's figure and another giant spider rushed in. The giant spider was even crushing the heir's patriarch. Khan looked at Sorrows. After Sorrows reluctantly overturned the big spider in front of him, he suddenly saw Khan standing there looking at him. But the first time he saw Khan, he didn't ask the current Khan to kill the spiders around him. Instead, he frowned almost instinctively. He hates Khan. It's almost obvious, understood. Bruce also saw Sorrow's eyes, and he believed that Khan would be able to see it. How could a guy who had lived for hundreds of years and killed countless spiders not see his father's disgust for him? So all the exiles are fake, right? Khan looked at Sorrows. The Ultimate Spider-Man on the side wanted to take action, but was stopped. Jessica of 1610 shook her head. She probably figured out what her boss wanted to do. Sorrows looked at his son. He didn't say anything. He just looked at Khan quietly. There was no need to say anything at this time. Khan already understood that from the beginning to the end. His father never thought about bringing him back into the family. All he wanted was to die outside. It's just that I couldn't make him do what he wanted. He survived and he lived well. Better than the children he loved. Khan squeezed the steel fork in his hand. He was unwilling to admit this fact. He still had a trace of luck. Maybe his father just wanted him to die outside because of his mother's death. Earth-001. The universe and this castle that are now regarded as their home base by the Air family did not belong to the Air family, but to the Master Weaver who now weaves the portal for them. His father Thoros led the entire family to hunt down the Master Weaver in this universe, just because they knew Spider-Man would eventually destroy them. And they wanted to use Master Weaver to get to the locations of other Spider-Mans. Master Weaver, a god who holds the spider totem, guides the birth and growth of every Spider-Man. Peter Parker becoming Spider-Man was never a coincidence. It was fate. But unlike his brothers and sisters who love killing, Khan has been unwilling to kill anything since he was a child, even if that thing will cause harm to them in the future. He prefers to create and protect life. But all of this makes him incompatible with the family of successors. He despises the Air family for killing Spider-Man to make his family last longer. But at the same time, he is also despised by others in the Air family. But how could a child's opinion stop a family's attitude? They finally set their target on the Master Weaver, who was in charge of the fate of all Spider-Man. During that battle, Khan's mother, who was also the mother of the other siblings, hoped that Khan could defeat the Weaver Master with his own hands, so that she could change the temperament of her useless son. After all, Khan was so unlike her son. Her other sons were literally born to kill. Especially Damon's. Damon's kept begging his mother to let him be the first to attack because he is the biggest, and this is his right. But he was rejected by his mother, who wanted Khan to carry out the attack. This made Damon's quite angry because he felt that his mother was too doting on Khan. No matter what, Khan did rush in front of the Master Weaver in the end. But the Master Weaver looked at the most favored child in the heir family in front of him. Just an understatement. You and your brothers and sisters are different, and death cannot bring you even an iota of pleasure. Khan stopped there when he heard the words of the Weaver Master. The steel fork in his hand was shining, but he just couldn't hand it out behind him. His mother's urging voice came, "Hurry up, Khan." But what the Master Weaver said made Khan stunned, because the Master Weaver revealed the deepest secret hidden in his heart, which also made him hesitate. You desire to create, not to destroy. In this moment of confusion, his mother had already jumped in front of the Master Weaver. She held the axe in her hand high and wanted to chop it down on the Master's head. While she was jumping up, she was also shouting, "You disappoint me so much. Since my son is like this, I can only give it all to him." Before his mother could finish her words, the Master Weaver had already torn off a thread, and his mother seemed to disappear with the wind, completely disappearing in front of all the heirs. In that moment, Khan had a resentful soul that cursed him for the rest of his life. Finally, Sorrows arrived here, and Sorrows teamed up with Khan's brothers and sisters to completely subdue the Weaver Master. His family members no longer want to look directly at Khan's face. They made Khan wear a mask and he was completely exiled. Khan began hunting countless spiders in order to gain forgiveness from his family. Only every moment the portal opens will Khan have expectations. Maybe that door would allow him to return to his family. But each time it just led him to the next world he needed to hunt. But now he was told that his father just didn't want to see him, just because he wanted him to die outside, and never gave him a way home. Is it because of my mother? Khan looked at Sorrows, hoping that the current Sorrows could give him a positive answer. How to at least prove that his mother still has weight in Sorrows' heart. But Sorrows didn't want to answer him. Sorrows just re-entered the battlefield with Spider-Man. I think your father should have told you that as long as you kill enough spiders and obtain enough spider totems, you can go home and live happily with your family. That was how long ago. Bruce was now standing in front of the Weaver Master. He looked up at the Master Weaver's face hidden under the metal mask. What Bruce could feel was that the Weaving Master had a feeling that was quite similar to Khan. But now he was not sure. The Master Weaver lowered his head and looked at the guy in front of him, whose body was filled with endless darkness. According to normal logic, the guy in front of him should have become a terrifying monster. But the guy in front of him is still an ordinary person. An ordinary person who seems to be still striving to become a hero. The Master Weaver transformed 2 scrolls at this moment and handed them to Bruce, opening the runes directly on the scroll. Bruce didn't recognize any of them. Looking at the solemn look on the Master Weaver's face, Bruce was sure that this thing was quite important. Perhaps it recorded why the heir family needed other objects. Brides and descendants. Bruce turned his attention to Khan on the other side. Bruce guessed that Khan might give him a satisfactory answer. Khan was still confused at this moment. He looked at Thoros, who was fighting the Spider-Man, and he was able to call himself many times. Although he knew that it was absolutely impossible to explain to himself why he was exiled under such circumstances, he at least thought that he could still fight alongside them. Sometimes, you may find like-minded friends in unexpected places. Bruce walked to Khan's side and placed the scroll in front of Khan. I think there should be something you want to know. Although Bruce didn't understand the 2 scrolls, he believed that one was about the spiders, and the other was about the heir's family alternative. Divclass equals contentad. Bruce was right. Khan could indeed understand the runes on this scroll. Khan turned his head and glanced at the bat beside him. He deliberately refused the scroll handed over by the bat, because this guy had dashed all his final hopes. But now he wants to know even more. Has his mother ever occupied any weight in Sorrows' mind? But when Khan really saw everything recorded in the scroll, he had completely lost his fighting spirit. He sat on the ground with his head lowered and couldn't believe what was recorded on the scroll. The scroll clearly stated that his banishment was never because he killed his mother. His mother's death didn't matter to Soros. Even his brothers and sisters were equally unconcerned about his mother's death. From beginning to end, only Khan was brooding over his mother's death. It was precisely because of his feelings for his mother that his brothers and sisters who initially despised him gradually turned their disdain into fear. Especially when Soros discovered that Khan cared about such useless things. He became even more disgusted with Khan. Because the heir does not need that extra emotion. They will always be ruthless killing machines and ruthless hunters. You have two choices: no, stand up and die. Or kneel and live your whole lives. Bruce looked at Khan beside him. My family has a saying that is true, that is, no one can be more heinous than me. But he should not ignore my mother's. Khan held the steel fork in his hand and stood up slowly. Even at this moment, he still has that damn mask on his face. But anyone could feel the overwhelming anger in him. The anger at Soros's indifference to his mother. What do you want to do? Brix and Paula could see that Khan was in a wrong state now. And it didn't look like he was here to help. Now I understand that this family has exiled me and ostracized me for so long. This place can only bring me pain. I will give up my inheritance. But at the same time, I will also send you to hell. As soon as Khan finished speaking, he rushed straight towards his former brothers and sisters with a steel fork in hand. His siblings had thought Khan was nothing more than a loser. A loser who didn't want to kill. But that never crossed their minds. Khan never died even once during his long exile. How great is the power he gained the moment Khan took action. He was already in front of Brix, and the steel fork in his hand penetrated Brix's chest directly. This time, Brix could no longer bear the fatal injury indifferently. He spit out blood from his mouth. He could feel his life passing by. Brix struggled to raise his hand, wanting Paula to save him. But Khan acted too quickly. And the successor's talent allowed him to swallow up all the life force in Blix's body. Elder brother Paula watched Blix just like that. Turning into a soulless mummy, she yelled. But this didn't change anything. Because Khan's next target was her. Khan kicked Paula directly on the chest, causing his sister to fly out. This scene simply stunned all Spider-Man present. Jessica from 1610 jumped to Bruce's side. She looked at Bruce and finally sighed, as expected of my boss. You can also think of such a damaging move. Bruce didn't say anything, just quietly watching the changes in the situation. It has to be said that when Khan participated in the battle, everything that happened was almost one-sided. Khan's fighting power has almost crushed the heirs outside now. Whether it is Janix Palj or even Verna with her own hound, they have not been able to cause any harm to Khan. Morlun and Damons are currently entangled with other Spider-Man, and they have no way to care about Khan's massacre of other successors. Thoros was even entangled by the Scarlet Spider, who had completely transformed into a giant spider. They could only watch as Khan kept waving the steel fork in his hand towards the other successors. Of course, it may also be because Khan now has buff bonuses. The two scrolls in Khan's hand have now fallen to the ground, which attracted the attention of Anya Corazon. The Spider-Girl of Earth 616. She jumped over. She picked up the two scrolls and looked at them carefully. It was clear that the characters written on them were characters she had never seen before. But she felt that she could understand what was written on them. I can understand this thing. Spider-Girl looked at the things recorded on it with some surprise. What is written on this is a prophecy. Looking at this thing, Spider-Girl probably understood why the successor family would spare no effort to hunt down Spider-Man in every universe. So what's written on it? Peter Parker was still fighting with Morlun at this moment. But he still heard Spider-Girl's words. And he shouted anxiously, 1,000 years from now. Spiders are destined to end the rule of the heirs. The only way to avoid this is to destroy all spider totems in existence. Spider-Girl looked at the heirs who were entangled by the spiders at the moment. And then he continued to look down at the scroll in his hand. Zenny Moors. The ultimate Spider-Man has not forgotten the objects. Brides and descendants those guys have been pursuing. It states a ritual that requires 3 sacrifices. Once executed, it will prevent the birth of any new totems. They require the blood of 3 specific sacrifices. The bride and the descendants. The Spider-Girl simply couldn't imagine it. If the Air family really gets these 3 people, what terrible things will happen in the end? But the only good thing now is that these people are safe and sound by their side. At this time, Bruce walked up to the dead Paula. Stretched out his hand and closed her eyes. Good night. Khan had already dealt with the brothers and sisters who stood in front of him. And he now rushed towards his father's Sorrows. With the steel fork in his hand glowing an angry red, Sorrows. Thoros naturally heard Khan's cry. But he was currently busy dealing with the giant spider that the Scarlet Spider had turned into. Khan doesn't care what Sorrows is doing now. He just wants to tell Sorrows that there is a price to pay for what he has done. Instantly accelerating, Khan had arrived at Sorrows' side and kicked his father in the waist and abdomen. Thoros smashed through the castle like a cannonball and returned to the battlefield outside. Khan would not give Sorrows any chance to react. He rushed out of the castle and thrust the steel fork in his hand straight into Sorrows' chest. But most of the time, it was the old age that made Sorrows reach out and grab Khan's steel fork. The maximum strength made it impossible for Khan's steel fork to make any progress. And there was no way it could touch Sorrows' chest. Sorrows just stared at the rebellious son in front of him. Why don't you die outside? Why don't you just hide like that? That way everyone will be better off. What about my mother? Who is my mother in your eyes? Khan kept trying hard to pierce Sorrows' chest with his steel fork. But now he was still a little worse than Sorrows. To be honest, Khan's attack surprised Sorrows. He still had to put so much effort into attacking his most disliked son. Sorrows kicked Khan directly in the abdomen to keep Khan away from him. You know to me you and that woman's. Sorrows slowly got up from the ground, straightened his waist, and looked down at Khan condescendingly. They are the shame of my life, you. Khan rushed to Sorrows with a steel fork in hand. And this time Sorrows did not intend to let Khan succeed as easily as before. His huge body was displayed at this time, and his flexibility was completely unmatched. He easily dodged Khan's steel fork, and even directly grabbed Khan's steel fork pole. The other hand was raised high, and the casserole-sized fist hit Khan directly in the face. Khan had no intention of resisting, and he also punched Sorrows in the chest. The 2 people fell back almost at the same time, but Sorrows only took 2 or 3 steps back, while Khan was punched dozens of meters away by Sorrows. Khan's steel fork was thrown far away and stuck in the ground. Khan reluctantly supported his body, and the damage caused by Sorrows' punch was still quite huge. At this time, several figures appeared around him to support his trembling body. Turning his head to look over, he saw that it was his former Preyhi's former enemies, the Spider-Men who were supporting him. Now our goal is to defeat that guy, so now we are companions. Peter Parker patted Khan on the shoulder. It's not to defeat him, it's to kill him. What the Ultimate Spider-Man said actually meant more to Khan. But when Peter Parker heard these words from Ultimate Spider-Man, he frowned. His moral sense did not allow him to kill this guy. But before he could persuade the other guys, another huge figure had already jumped out of the castle. It was the giant spider transformed by Scarlet Spider-Man. The giant spider's target is simply Sorrows. The giant spider's purpose coincides with Khan and Ultimate Spider-Man. They all want to kill that guy. Seeing the giant spider taking the lead in fighting Thoros, Ultimate Spider-Man and Khan looked at each other. The Ultimate Spider-Man stretched out 4 steel spider legs and rushed straight towards Thoros. And now Khan needs to get his steel fork back. He wants to use the weapon he made when he was a child to end Sorrows' life. Peter Parker watched these men charging forward aggressively. He could only sigh and try to stop them when they were about to kill Thoros. At this time, Bruce also started his own actions. The batarangs were thrown out by Bruce as if they were free, and almost every batarang could hit the successor's body. For Morlun and Damon's, these batarangs would not have caused any hindrance to them. But the functions on those batarangs were really annoying. Freeze current explosion ultrasound. Almost every batarang has a special device on it, used to interfere with the actions of the two heirs. Although the trauma caused by the batarang is not great, the accompanying functions do make them tired now. It has to be said that Morlun and Damon's are quite powerful, even after Khan has helped Spider-Man to deal with the other successors. And even with the assistance of Bat on the side, they still can't defeat them in a short time. Take these two heirs within. Morlun had already spotted Bruce at a glance, who was interfering with their actions in the distance. Whether it's Bruce's current actions that have interfered with their battle against Spider-Man, or the previous conversation between Bruce and Khan, it was already clear to Morlun that this guy can't stay. If he still doesn't know why Khan suddenly turned against him, then his life for such a long time has really been wasted. I want your life. Morlun used almost all his strength to throw away Spider-Man beside him, and sprinted towards Bruce quickly, facing Morlun, who was charging towards him fiercely. Bruce just lightly dropped 2 smoke bombs at his feet. When Morlun rushed out of the smoke bomb, where was Bruce's figure? Bruce had already hidden away, and even took out a device and placed it directly opposite Morlun. Just as Morlun was about to continue chasing Bruce, he saw the device in front of him open, and a more violent sonic attack than before erupted from it. This made it impossible for Morlun to keep up with Bruce's figure immediately. He covered his ears, trying to reduce his discomfort. At this time, Bruce stopped the attack of his device. Before Morlun could react, a girl jumped from the ceiling and stepped heavily on Morlun's back. The next girl had jumped off Morlun's back. Are you okay? The girl took off her mask, revealing her gentle face. Gwen looked at the current Bruce nervously and said with some worry. Ever since Bruce planned to enter the world of successors, Gwen had been worried about Bruce's safety. Even with the comfort of Jessica from 1610, she was still a little uneasy about Bruce. It wasn't until this moment that she saw Bruce now. But the suit he was wearing really made Gwen feel relieved. The suit is still there and there are no missing arms or legs, which at least proves that Bruce is still a lively bat. As for Morlun, he has been entangled by the Spider-Man who rushed forward one after another. At this moment, the spiders no longer intend to continue fighting in close combat with Morlun and the others. They are almost using dog-walking tactics, basically using their own spider silk to harass them from a distance. This also made Morlun's body become more and more entangled with spider threads. It has completely entangled Morlun into a mummy, leaving no room for him to move. Divkles equals contented, but the rumbling sounds outside were still telling these Spider-Man that their battle was not over yet, and that Thoros had not yet been subdued by them. After a period of running-ins, Khan and Ultimate Spider-Man have developed some tacit understanding, and they are now able to make Thoros completely unable to parry. Whenever one person's attack ends, the other person will quickly make up for his attack. Even so, Thoros still seized the opportunity. He broke off one of the giant spider's claws and inserted it into the giant spider's head. Kane, Ultimate Spider-Man, shouted loudly, but Thoros just smiled contemptuously. After solving this giant spider, his pressure will become much easier, but the next moment, the dual attacks of Peter Parker and Ultimate Spider-Man were already in front of him. Thoros quickly blocked the attacks of the two Spider-Man, but he forgot about his son, who was always waiting for him to reveal his flaws. Khan picked up his steel fork and thrust it directly into the back of his loving father. Thoros looked down at the steel fork on his chest in disbelief. "This is my gift to you, father." Khan leaned close to Thoros' ear, said this to Thoros, and then directly pulled out his steel fork. Watching Thoros fall down with no trace of life left, his body gradually dissipated, leaving only a piece of blood-red crystal. Khan smashed the blood-red crystal with a steel fork, then knelt on the ground and looked at the familiar sky. He's back here, but there are no more people here that he once knew. Peter Parker wanted to say something, but when he saw Khan, he swallowed his words back. This was his own business, and it didn't seem to have much to do with him. If Ultimate Spider-Man wanted to kill Soros, he would definitely stop him. But now that Khan has killed Soros, he naturally can't do anything. You have to accept these things. Sometimes some things are better for us dead than alive. The Ultimate Spider-Man naturally saw Peter Parker's entanglement and sadness. He won't say anything comforting. And he won't be as kind and tolerant as Peter Parker. All he has is cruelty to his enemies and love to those he loves. Ultimate Spider-Man will never let anyone harm those around him. The Ultimate Spider-Man no longer paid attention to Peter Parker, but turned back to the castle. Peter Parker looked up at the Ultimate Spider-Man and shook his head. Finally, looking at the corpse of the giant spider transformed by the Scarlet Spider-Man next to him, Peter Parker felt a little sad originally. He thought that this war would not take away the lives of any more Spider-Man. But he was wrong. As long as there is a war, there will be death. Peter Parker saw the broken Scarlet Spider-Man suit in the distance. He took it over and slowly walked into the castle. Now Morlun and Damon's have been completely controlled by Spider-Man in the castle. "What did you do to my father?" Damon's shouted at the Ultimate Spider-Man and the others who walked in. But he did not see his rebellious brother dead. Ultimate Spider-Man walked up to Damon's, and this time he looked down at the successor. "You deserve to die," Damon struggled, angrily scolding Spider-Man in front of him. But what he hated more in his heart was Khan, who had been exiled. Morlun was not as excited as Damon's. He just watched everything quietly. "It's you who should die, right?" Media Parker rushed out from the side, and just as she was about to kick Damon's in the face, she was already stopped and hugged by Peter Parker. "Let me go, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him." Maid Parker still remembers the maniacal smile on this guy's face when he killed his parents. He even wanted to kill his own brother, which made Maid Parker completely unable to forgive this guy. Peter Parker wanted to calm down the girl in his arms. But in the next second, a steel fork flew directly from outside the castle, directly smashing Damon's head. That was Khan's steel fork, and he was back at this moment. All the Spider-Mans saw the man. Khan walked towards his steel fork step by step with heavy steps. "Khan." Peter Parker also wanted to dissuade him from doing anything he would regret. But Khan had already done that. He pulled out his steel fork and pierced Morlun's body directly. "Brother, goodbye," Khan just said to Morlun lightly. It's just this scene that stunned the Spider-Man people around. Most of them can say that they never wanted to let the heir die. All they want is to make it impossible for them to continue to do evil. But now Khan has helped them end all their journeys this time. "It's time for you to go home." Khan withdrew his steel fork and said to the Spider-Man nearby. Peter Parker wanted to say something else, but the cry of Maid Parker in his arms brought him back to his senses. He couldn't say anything. "I will atone for my sins here, and I will protect the Master of Weaving." Khan walked up to the Master of Weaving and sat down directly. What he felt here was incomparable peace. Several Spider-Man also wanted to say something to Khan, but to be honest, they didn't know what they should say. The Khan in front of him was different from them. "Master Weaver, send them home." Khan had no intention of talking to the Spider-Man. He just asked Master Weaver to send them back. The Master Weaver began to weave the way home for Spider-Man and one bat. The war is finally over. Spider-Man looked at each other. They were thankful that they survived this war. But they also mourned for those Spider-Man who died in the war. Without the sacrifices of those people, perhaps they would not have won this victory. But they also set their sights on the most out-of-place person here. That bat in the final situation. It was this bat that held back Khan and successfully instigated Khan's rebellion, which made the Spider-Mans feel a little more relaxed in facing this war. They greeted the bat. "I guess this is the end." Jessica from 616 fell next to Bruce. Just in time, and Gwen sandwiched Bruce in the middle. "Not yet. The Master Weaver still needs to find the universe node of each of you to ensure that you can return to your correct point in time." Bruce looked at the Master Weaver, who was currently weaving a web. "Then we can stay for a few more minutes, right?" Gwen was more concerned about how long they could spend together now. I don't know when's. Gwen had already moved to Bruce's side and pressed tightly against Bruce's arm. Bruce said nothing, he just stood there quietly. Even 616 Jessica on the other side of her also posted it. Bruce remained quite calm. It was at this time that Master Weaver had found the Spider-Man universe. Earth 982 is ready, have a safe trip, Miss Parker. At this moment, the British Spider-Man is responsible for communicating with the Weaver Master. Perhaps out of pity for Maid Parker. The first universe channel that Master Weaver opened was Maid Parker's universe. The next moment, many portals have been opened by the Master Weaver. See you later, wise men, it's time to kick back and go home. Spider-Pigman stepped into the portal of his own universe. Farewell, everyone. This is really an exciting adventure. Spider-Man Takuya Yamashiro, the driver of Leopardton, greeted the others. Perhaps if you have time, you can come to my dimension and play. The ultimate bug of Earth 12041 said to Miles before entering his own portal. Wait, are you serious? Miles couldn't believe it. The ultimate bug just smiled. Am I kidding? The Spider-Men left one after another. The originally crowded hall suddenly became empty. Until Gwen also returns to her own universe. I'm going back, don't miss me too much, Gwen said to the Bat. Bruce didn't express his opinion, just nodded. Gwen left Bruce's side, but rushed back after not taking a few steps. She hugged Bruce tightly, without giving Bruce time to react. He kissed Bruce directly on the lips. After leaving Bruce with a bright smile, Gwen got directly into her own portal. Jessica from 616 actually smiled. Then she hugged Bruce as her portal also opened. I don't act as boldly as that child, 616 Jessica whispered in Bruce's ear. But if we meet again in the future, maybe I will want to give you a child. When Thomas, who was in prison in his mind, heard these words, he was a little moved. He never thought that one day he would be able to see his grandchildren. However, this feeling was soon suppressed, because Jessica from 616 has returned to her own universe. Bruce walked up to the Master Weaver, where there was another man, Ultimate Spider-Man. Both of them looked at the Master Weaver, to be precise. He was staring at the robotic spider legs on the lower body of the Master Weaver. Even with the two guys staring at him, the Master Weaver was still weaving the Spider-Man's portals unhurriedly. It's just that when Master Weaver wanted to send the British Spider-Man back to his own universe, he didn't discover the British Spider-Man's universe. This is completely impossible, there is no possibility. What's wrong? Ultimate Spider-Man looked at the current Master Weaver. Master Weaver just looked at the British Spider-Man and said, your universe is gone. The British Spider-Man was stunned. He never thought that his universe would disappear. Divclass equals contented, but when he thought about what the Queen told him when he went to find her, the British Spider-Man might have known about it. It's just that he never thought that this kind of thing would happen to his universe so quickly. I can't explain why this happened. It just disappeared like that. The Weaver Master also couldn't figure out what caused the disappearance of Earth 833. The British Spider-Man took a deep breath. I know. It was an attack. A cosmic phenomenon that has erased the entire reality. He took off his mask and said disappointedly, Captain Britain's Legion was once investigating them. And I should have helped. But I put the needs of Spider-Man before my Legion mates. Before my world, before everyone I've ever known. Peter Parker stepped forward and put his hand on the British Spider-Man's shoulder. Billy. We're sorry. I know what I'm about to say is incomparable to what you're saying. But if you hadn't gathered us together, we might have become the heir's rations. The British Spider-Man looked at Peter Parker, and he could only say to the current Peter, thank Yauman. I will stay here and protect this place well. The British Spider-Man put on his mask again. Bruce walked up to the Master Weaver at this time and stretched out his hand to the Master Weaver. The Weaver Master didn't understand what Bruce meant, but he still stretched out his hand. The symbiote metal in Bruce's body poured into Master Weaver's body at this moment. There was only enough left for Bruce to support the suit. It's my gift, thank you. The Master Weaver also opened a portal to Earth 1610 at this time. It looks like I'm leaving with my boss. Jessica from 1610 didn't show up until this moment. Looking at the other Spider-Man and said, "Goodbye, I hope we don't meet in this situation next time." Peter Parker smiled and spoke to the Bat. Bruce didn't say anything. He just walked into his own portal, goodbye. Jessica from 1610 smiled and waved, Earth 1610. The Bat has returned to his Bat cave with his little assistant. Jessica stretched. Although she was a little disgusted with the Bat cave before, it felt great to be back in the Bat cave now. There is no guy here who is always thinking about taking his own life. And be able to have a good night's sleep, to be honest, boss. We can live and die together this time. Can I ask you a question? Jessica looked at Bruce walking towards the console beside her. Bruce didn't speak, but in Jessica's perception, he agreed to his request. What's going on between you and that heiress? Jessica watched Bruce go over and close the woman's eyes. That's definitely not what it's like to face an enemy or a stranger. There is definitely something I don't know. I just don't know if Bruce will explain it to me. She helped me with something. Bruce sat on the chair and had already begun to check the console for problems. The previous matter was so urgent that he didn't have much time to repair it. Now I can finally take the time to check it out, helped you. Jessica didn't believe that a guy would help a guy who he had barely met a few times, and was even an enemy so easily. Judging from the ferocity with which those guys fought, they were definitely not soft-hearted guys. Will he help Bruce deal with his own people? She doesn't believe it. But Bruce is definitely not talking about anything now. There is no need for Jessica to continue discussing this matter. What's going on between you and the two Spider-Women? Especially the one with the white hood. Jessica remembered that the little guy went directly to find Bruce after seeing him being entangled by Morlun on the chaotic battlefield. Bruce's situation, friend, Bruce just said calmly. Jessica squinted her eyes and didn't believe it at all. She quickly asked, "Oh, friend. How can a friend kiss so affectionately? Do you want to take it to Aunt May to see? If you are free now, you can help me clean the Batcave." Bruce did not intend to continue to dwell on this topic. Who knows what kind of questions this guy will ask after answering this question? Sure enough, as soon as Bruce said these words, Jessica immediately opened her mouth and yawned. "Sorry. I'm so tired I'm going to sleep first." Jessica stretched and walked towards her room. Bruce didn't say anything, he just looked at his console. The pouring rain and the dark night are the best protection for anyone who wants to commit a crime. The rain will wash away any traces they leave. The darkness will make them invisible, but for some guys, they don't care if it's a rainy night or a bright day. What they want is not just so-called money or other things. They just want to achieve their own goals through their actions. It may be for their own pleasures, or it may be to fill themselves with the pleasure of dominating others. It is more likely that they just want to satisfy the devil in their hearts. However, all of this creates only one situation in the end, which is to let them embark on the path of crime. John, I really feel that there are fewer homeless people in New York now. The police officer sitting in the patrol car talked casually to his partner. They have always been responsible for the security of this neighborhood. And they know very well who are the people who often wander around this neighborhood. Those homeless people would often appear in front of them, no matter it was day or night, windy or rainy. And now the neighborhood seemed to be much cleaner. Maybe it's because those damn New York City officials have resigned. The police officer named John nodded seriously. But you are right, Zenny. There are indeed fewer homeless people now, a lot. Since bats appeared in New York, many things have quietly changed. The guys who used to show off their power are now clamping their tails tightly like lost dogs. He was afraid that he would reveal some flaws and let the bat discover it. If only one's competitors find out about one's flaws or dark history, then at most there is a possibility of one's resignation. But if the bat gets it, most people will be sent to prison by the bat. And it is the kind of prison that gives them no chance of bail at all. This has also led to the current group of New York City officials having basically changed. And these later guys know what they need to do. But I also hope that they can return to their homes and start living a normal life. And we will have less trouble. Jenny looked at the few homeless people on the side of the road. Before they could sigh, something fell from high in the sky and directly hit the roof of their police car. What the fuck? Seeing the dent in the roof of their car, Jenny pushed the door open and went out angrily. He wanted to see which naughty boy dared to do such a thing. Judging from the dent in the roof, what those guys dropped was definitely a big thing. But when Jenny really pushed the door open and went out, what he saw made him freeze in place. The roof of their car was not hit by heavy objects thrown down, but by human corpses. Jenny still had an impression of the man who died on the roof of the car, because that guy was one of the homeless people in Jenny's jurisdiction. Originally, Jenny thought he should have died somewhere, or left New York City and no longer continued his dream of gold mining here. But I never thought that he would come back to me in this way. What happened? John also got out of the car at this moment, looking at the homeless man who died in a miserable state. As a rookie who had just taken up the job, he had never seen such a situation before, and he couldn't help but cover his mouth. I ran to the edge of the trash can and vomited. But Jenny didn't laugh at John for his embarrassment, because another person appeared in front of him. Bat had already landed in front of him, quietly sizing up the homeless man who smashed into the police car. Kazim Loria, New Jersey native, 52 years old, white male. Has been in prison many times and has a history of addictive drug use. Jessica, sitting in the Bat cave, is providing the Bat with the death sentence details of the homeless man in the police car. There were no secondary injuries other than fall injuries, and no specific trauma. Bruce had already begun to examine the homeless man's body at this time. After a general inspection of the homeless man's body, Bruce could already tell that the homeless man in front of him either slipped and fell to his death, or he took hallucinogens and didn't pay attention. But the suspicion of homicide cannot be ruled out. Bruce directly opened the homeless man's chest, and only then could Bruce be sure that the homeless man's death was not a suicide or accidental death. Jesus is the savior of mankind. This sentence was carved on the homeless man's chest, and a cross was printed on the side. We may have encountered a perverted murderer. Looking at the video footage transmitted back by Bruce in real time, Jessica curled her lips helplessly. Carefully check the reason why he was imprisoned, the time he was imprisoned, and whether he has joined any extremist religious groups. Bruce gave Jessica his order, and then he took the homeless man's body out of the police car. Carried down, understood, boss. Jessica immediately began to carry out the task assigned by Bruce, and she began to search for the past deeds of the homeless man. And Jenny was speechless when he saw Bruce. He didn't know what attitude he should adopt when facing this masked vigilante. Because of his identity, he knew he should stay calm. But he was also a loyal fan of Bruce. This tangled feeling prevented him from speaking directly now. It was a homicide, so be careful. It is very likely that he will commit the crime again. After Bruce left such words to Jenny, he disappeared into the darkness. Divclass equals contented. It was only then that Jenny remembered to report the cases he had discovered to the police headquarters. Bruce stood on the roof of a tall building looking down at the area. After discovering that the homeless man here disappeared, Bruce had already started to investigate here. See if someone is taking homeless people away to do some illegal human experiments. After all, these people are in this city, but no one will care about them, whether it is life or death. It will not have any impact on the operation of this city. At most, the appearance of the city will be affected to a certain extent. Send me the location map of the missing homeless man in this area. Boss, I haven't finished checking what you told me before. You are too fast at work. Jessica protested helplessly to Bruce. After all, her boss really thought of something, and it's the kind of thing that you need to go and check on your own right away. Despite what she said, Jessica was still working hard at her work. She immediately sent Bruce the bitmap he needed. 22. Bruce couldn't help but clenched his hand while looking at the dot maps. Even in this case, 22 people disappeared under his nose. It is even possible that he has been poisoned. Boss, you are not a god, you cannot take care of everything. Jessica really had nothing to say about Bruce's paranoia and stubbornness. Have you found out the information about the homeless man before? Bruce did not respond to Jessica's words. Instead, he asked Jessica to look up the homeless man's life information. Jessica sighed but didn't say anything. The most important thing for her now was to see what the homeless man went through before he came to New York. And Bruce had already started his own actions at this time. According to the spot map Jessica sent him, Bruce began to examine everything that happened there. However, the results of the inspection were not satisfactory. All traces have disappeared without a trace under the heavy rain. Not to mention homeless people who have no fixed abode. All clues have disappeared here, of course. The 22 missing people are not just in locations that can be washed away by heavy rain, but even at the missing points that were not washed away by the heavy rain. Bruce couldn't find any useful clues, because they were almost occupied by new homeless people. Although there are still traces of the former homeless people's life, there are not many left. There is no way to extract any useful information. But Bruce still discovered something particularly surprising here. While scanning the ground for footprints, Bruce found a rather out-of-place mark. The shoes that the guy was wearing were not something a homeless person could afford. However, judging from the depth of the marks, the shoes should have been worn by the owner for a long time. The pattern on the soles is almost worn away. Generally speaking, guys who can afford such high-end leather shoes will never wear a pair of shoes to this extent. They will always have a spare pair. Unless that guy only has this pair of shoes. Only this pair allows him to chat with other people or conduct his own business. According to the wear marks on the soles of the shoes, that guy must have walked a lot a day. And that pretty much explains everything. That guy's profession should be one that often deals with high-end customers. But such people are often not willing to wear these leather shoes and come here just to find homeless people, because they tend to cherish this pair of shoes and will not let them get into a very muddy environment. It is possible that this footprint was left here intentionally. Bruce didn't spend too long here, turned around and left. He now needs more clues. But with the current location of these homeless people, there is no way to find anything useful. But in less than a second, the lives of those guys may be even more dangerous. After checking all the places where there might be clues, Bruce's vigilance against that guy increased by 2 points. The guy who committed the crime basically didn't leave any evidence for others to refer to. And he was completely non-directional. Not to mention that the people he targeted were homeless people. This is why homeless people and call girls are often targeted by serial killers. Because they themselves are a marginalized group in society. Not many people care about them. Even the vast majority of people may feel that they will die if they die and do not deserve sympathy at all. Even if he disappears, no one will notice him immediately, let alone think he was killed. To put it 10,000 steps back, even if someone is killed, no one will want to take care of it. But the biggest difference between homeless people and call girls is that if they want to kill homeless people, those who commit crimes will need to take significantly higher risks, and they will not receive much benefit. But when that line of characters and that cross appeared on the homeless man's chest, the meaning was different. If those serial killers target call girls, the benefits they can obtain are satisfying the urge to kill, facilitating their motivation to fulfill other needs, and rationalizing their behavior. All of this is far more direct and enjoyable than killing a homeless man. But after being put on the cross, everything the murderer did was no longer done to satisfy his desire to kill. He regarded himself as the judge of the evil in the world. He regarded himself as God's shepherd on earth. It's just that what this shepherd holds in his hands may not be the Bible and the cross, but the hallucinogen and the brand that caused death. To be more precise, this person should be the representative of the god of death in the world. At this moment, Bruce has returned to the Batcave. where he has deployed a large number of cameras and detection devices. I think he now also needs to see what those missing homeless people have in common. If it is really what he thinks. This is a perverted serial killer. All missing homeless people definitely have something in common. Boss Kazim Luri's information has been found, and the information on other missing homeless people is being searched. Jessica turned around and saw Bruce getting off the Batmobile. Bruce walked to the console and looked at Kazim Luri's information displayed on the screen. The console that was damaged by the successor has been repaired. Even better in terms of performance, drug addiction theft, robbery, domestic violence, it can be said that every one of the tramp's burdens is despicable. But now he appears on this screen as a victim. No matter what he had done, all Bruce needed to do now was find the guy who killed him. What a complete scumbag, Jessica didn't care much. She just knew that she didn't feel any pity for the homeless man's death. Jessica would have no sympathy for such a homeless man. After hearing Jessica's words, Bruce turned to look at his assistant, his eyes completely disapproving of Jessica's words. Jessica could only shrug because she knew that for Bruce. No matter what this man had done, now that he is a victim, he needs Bruce to help him find the murderer. Okay, I know I won't say anything anymore. Jessica was really frightened by Bruce's eyes. She could only raise her hands to express her surrender. And she would never say anything again. These words came out. It was only then that Bruce withdrew his eyes again and looked at the information on other homeless people on the screen. Baranek Rio's domestic violence. Mahomes Catton domestic violence. Carlisle Dyke domestic violence. Nearly all missing homeless people have criminal records, as well as prison records. But there is one thing that everyone has in common, that is, they are all former perpetrators of domestic violence. The vast majority of these are domestic violence against children. This also allowed Bruce to overturn the killings that he once thought were caused by extreme religious beliefs. This was completely a case of revenge. It's just that he is not seeking revenge against these people, but a man seeking revenge for everything he suffered when he was young. To be honest, when Bruce looked at the information on these people, he also felt that they were sinners and deserved to die. But this was not the reason why Bruce gave up the investigation. Because now they were all victims. No matter how uncomfortable and no matter how much you hate these people, you will eventually find the murderer who killed these people. Divklas equals contentad. Jessica didn't say anything this time. She did hate these guys, but she knew that some things couldn't be solved by taking such extreme measures. The focus is on families with an annual income of less than US dollars, where relatives or themselves have suffered domestic violence. And the murderer is likely to be single when Bruce spoke. He had already sat on the console, and on the only chair, he began to continuously operate the console to explore all the information. Seeing that Bruce had no idea of giving up the chair to her, all Jessica could do was to move her yoga ball over and sit directly under her butt. The frantic screening in the Batcave made time pass extremely quickly. The long night passed in the blink of an eye. The city of New York also woke up from its slumber. No one knew that a homeless man was murdered last night. Even if they knew it, they wouldn't care. Instead, they would think everyone was making a fuss. He's just a homeless man, what's the point? In the center of Manhattan, a man was staggering to the rooftop of a high-rise building. His eyes were full of confusion. He seemed to have seen some quite desirable scene. He looked happy and smiling, as if everything was going in the best direction. But in front of him was the low wall of the rooftop. But that thing couldn't stop the man at all. The man stood directly on the low wall and took a step forward. And at this time, the blurred color in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by incomparable panic, but it was already too late. He fell from a tall building and fell into a puddle of flesh and blood on the ground. What? The urban beauties who were splashed with blood around them screamed. When had they ever seen such a scene? A living person fell like this in front of them. This is completely different from the horror movies or crime movies they once loved to watch. This kind of visual impact will haunt them for the rest of their lives. And on the man's chest there is also this sentence. And there is also the mark of a cross. It's just that the words are no longer the ones Bruce knew before. Because God punishes, we repent. This tragedy in the city center quickly attracted police patrols. Some police officers had just joined the job and had never seen such a tragic scene. But those veterans were already used to it. There are not a few people who commit suicide in New York. But no one would carve something like this on their chest and then commit suicide. Like the last homeless man who smashed into the police car. There are still Christian words on the chest. When the forensic doctor came here and examined the man's body and chest, he explained to the police officers present. "Is that bat here?" Jefferson asked the police around him. In cooperation with bats, the New York Police Department has indeed solved many cases. And now they and bats have reached a tacit understanding. Not to mention that this case itself was the first time Bat discovered something fishy. "Isn't that right there?" Jefferson's partner pointed to the tall building. The Bat was squatting on the gargoyle, watching everything quietly. Jefferson turned around and returned to the car, using his police horn to shout at the Bat, "Bat, can you come down here?" In fact, for bats, the day does not belong to them. Only the night belongs to bats. But the problem is that if such a case occurs again, the Bat will have to come over. Bat jumped down directly, using the deformation of the cloak behind him to land lightly on the ground. "So can I get any clues from you?" Jefferson walked to Bruce's side and looked at the miserable guy on the ground. Mahomes Catton, 43 years old, has a history of imprisonment, addictive drug inhalation and domestic violence. He fled to New York after the secession of the United States. Although the guy in front of him has fallen beyond recognition, but Bruce can still tell through the tattoos on his body which one of the missing homeless people it is. "Seriously, if you can be a policeman, we probably won't need to intervene in many things." Jefferson looked at the Bat next to him in surprise. They haven't compared this guy's identity yet as a result. The Bat, we have already figured out how many crimes this guy committed and when he came to New York. What is certain is that the murderer specifically targeted homeless people with a history of domestic violence. It was a revenge crime. Bruce wanted to get close to the homeless man's body. The policeman on the side also wisely opened the cordon to allow the Bat to get up close and personal. Bruce didn't feel the scene in front of him was impressive at all. He just observed the words on the deceased's chest. Like the previous deceased, it was also carved on it. And judging from the extent of the wound, it should have been carved while the person was still conscious. "That guy is crazy. Did you find anything?" Officer Jefferson walked to Bruce's side. He sometimes didn't have to look at the homeless man who had fallen into a state of disgrace. An adult white male in his 30s saw a good-natured man with a family but no criminal record and face. He may be proficient in chemistry to a certain extent. He is a smart man, but he is also a lunatic. Bruce has already conducted research on this criminal. A rough profile, the height should be between 1 meter and 7 meters. When Jefferson heard Bruce start profiling, he had already taken out his notebook and started recording every key point Bruce said. This will be the person they focus on taking care of next. He is still a good gentleman without a criminal record. I think it will be difficult to find evidence for such a person. After Jefferson checked his record book, he really felt that this suspect might be him who had been a police officer for so many years. The hardest thing to get right, and you said he has faith. Will he go to church? We need to ambush him in the church. Jefferson looked at what was recorded in his notebook. Bruce said that the prisoner had faith. And judging from the words the prisoner carved on the homeless man, he was a devout Christian if he is such a Christian. He will definitely go to church to worship. There are more than 6,000 churches in New York. Bruce just spit out this data coldly, making Jefferson's somewhat excited mood calm down again. That's right, there are more than 6,000 churches. Even if each church is assigned a person to go, it will greatly weaken the police force. And it may not be possible to arrest that person. Not to mention that in this country, basically everyone is likely to carry a firearm. and it is difficult for a police officer to ensure that the arrest process can be carried out smoothly. If not, the police may die in the line of duty. And that guy won't go to church and pray to God. Looking at the inscription on the homeless man's chest, Bruce could only see a madman carving these words on his prey with a knife. But doesn't that violate him? That guy regards himself as God's shepherd in the world. He regards himself as the incarnation of God in the world. At this point, Bruce suddenly understood something. Bruce's words made Officer Jefferson give up that idea. Clean up this place and then seal off the rooftop. Although that guy may not leave any special clues, at least we must ensure that it is not destroyed. When Bruce said this, he had already walked to the avenue. When Jefferson was about to stop him, he heard the sound of a vehicle rushing towards him. Jefferson thought it was some speedster gang who was risking his life at this time. But when the vehicle arrived in front of him, he realized that it was actually a baton car. Just call me if you encounter any problems again. Bruce boarded his Batmobile and left here gracefully. But when he left, Bruce had already been provoked to anger by the madman. He'll catch the guy who watched the Batmobile go away. And then look at the mess around you. Jefferson had a headache, but what else could he say? What needs to be done now is to clean this place thoroughly. Just like Bat said, this is just the scene of the fall. It's hard to find any useful clues. And we can't besiege this place for so long at this time. In the Batcave at this moment, Jessica was watching the discussions of a large number of melon-eating netizens on the forum. There seems to be a madman recently. It is said that he specializes in targeting homeless people. Yes, I saw it on the high-rise building too. Even Batman was already there, but fortunately, that guy was only looking at the homeless people and not us. Otherwise, it would be really scary. And it seems that there is nothing the Bat can do. We need to catch that guy as soon as possible. I would say that a large part of those homeless people should actually be cleared out. Otherwise, it will really affect the image of New York and endanger other people's lives. Looking at the arguments on the forums, Jessica frowned a little. He said that everything else didn't matter. But he actually said that his boss couldn't catch the evil devil. Jessica couldn't admit it. There was no way her boss wouldn't be able to catch that lunatic. But not yet waiting for her to pick up her keyboard. Bruce has returned to the Batcave. You're back so soon. Don't you need to do some more reconnaissance there? In Jessica's impression, Bruce would never have come back if nothing had happened there. But he came back unexpectedly early today. Bruce did not respond to Jessica, but walked directly to the console. He quickly called up his recent action records, and all the videos were displayed in front of Bruce. I know that most serial murderers will go to the scene of the crime after killing someone. This is to appreciate their masterpieces and laugh at the incompetence of the police. Jessica is still clear about this matter after all. She had received some such training as an agent. No, that guy won't come. Bruce was certain that a guy like that would never return to see his crime scene. Because in his heart, those who died deserved it. There is no need for God to set his sight on those sinners again. Those sinners can just die on their own. Then why are you watching these videos in such a hurry? This made Jessica a little confused. If the guy would not return to the crime scene to see his own rhythm, why would Bruce be so anxious? How could God not have his own shepherd? If Bruce thought correctly, he should now add one more condition to the profile. That guy probably formed his own Christian sect. It is not too difficult to form your own Christian denomination in a chaotic place like the United States. After all, evil cults are prevalent and there are countless ghosts and gods. Not to mention the most traditional Christianity. But the Christianity established by this person may be based on the theme of revenge from the beginning to the end. A madman, but a sane madman, sure enough. Among the many videos, there are two people with almost the same figure, however. There is still no way to confirm that those two people were the ones who did all these things. This at least made Bruce certain that the direction he needed to look for next was not just that one person. But according to Bruce's previous investigation at the places where the homeless people disappeared, That person definitely went to take the homeless people away alone. Bruce first retrieved the information on the homeless people Jessica had investigated before. But this time he didn't bother with the criminal records. Because those things have something in common. They've found it. What Bruce needs to see now is the state of faith of these guys. The state of faith of a homeless person is naturally very strange. But in their original family, there were more or less one or two guys who were close to him who believed in Christ. In other words, to a certain extent, they will have a more favorable impression of Christian people. The madman was obviously a fanatical Christian believer. Or he considered himself to be God's agent on earth and that he was God. At the same time, Bruce also screened the two figures he discovered. Divclass equals contentadv, the screening aspect is those missing homeless people. Because those homeless people have more or less prison records. And the New York Police Department also recorded their physical characteristics. Sure enough, Bruce found two people with an overlap of more than 95%. But now they don't look like tramps at all, but more like ordinary people who can live a normal life in the United States. The question is, why do they want to come and take a look at these scenes? Bruce watched the video again. He wanted to see what those people were doing at that time. When he retrieved the law enforcement recorder of a police officer facing them, Bruce actually saw the guy praying to the dead homeless man. It is not that you pray because you are frightened. His prayer was more like praying to a guy who had already ascended to heaven. After restoring the video and repairing the entire surface, Bruce could roughly see the guy's expression clearly. However, he is neither pious nor remorseful, he is envious. Envy the dead tramp, this is totally abnormal. What's going on? Jessica looked at Bruce staring at the two videos over and over again. But Jessica didn't notice anything wrong. Bruce just stood up and left his seat, thinking about the Batmobile and walking over. Boss, are you not going to have dinner at home? Jessica saw that Bruce was going out to do errands again. So she couldn't help but ask, just leave me a copy. Bruce just left this sentence and left the Batcave in the Batmobile that had been parked for only a few minutes. Okay, I understand. Jessica turned and walked towards her room at this moment. She did not plan to cook at home for her boss, now. She was going to visit Aunt May and see what delicious food Aunt May's family had eaten today. Then she would just pack it up and bring it back to the boss. Hector Durans, a guy who has been a homeless man in New York City for several months. And now he has completely escaped from the homeless and is living a normal life. Of course, it cannot be said to be a completely normal day. He still needs to go to church to pray occasionally. It's just that their church exists in a relatively remote location and is not well known. But there he can feel the true charm of Christ. Feel the light of the Lord. It even feels like heaven is at your fingertips, and you can get it with just a touch. The house he lives in now was given to him by Christ. Thank you, Lord. Even when he took out the key and prepared to open the door, he couldn't help but say thank you to the person who saved him from the endless sea of suffering. Although he still doesn't know the name of that person, he believes that the reason why that person walks in this world is to save people like him. He also asked the man why he didn't save himself instead of saving other homeless people. After all, he was burdened with many crimes. But the man only said one sentence. You are the one chosen by God. Especially when that person showed all kinds of miraculous things in front of him. He truly believed in himself. The person who appeared in front of him was Jehovah and God. Some guys will ask him whether the so-called Jehovah is a mutant or some other person with superpowers. After all, there are endless such people these days. It is not impossible that a person with superpowers who really pretends to be God appears. But for Duran, what difference does it make whether that guy is a superpower or a mutant? He was no different from a human being. And he gave himself food, shelter, and even hope. That's enough. When Duran opened the door and walked into the house, he found that his window was open. He couldn't help but shook his head. He must have been too anxious to watch the ascension ceremony today. Otherwise, how could I forget even this little thing? There are just as many pickpockets and thieves in New York as there are in Paris. Dulan didn't show any anxiety. He just walked over slowly and closed the window, without even thinking about checking whether the surrounding property was damaged. He just sat down and opened the simple-looking book in his hand. "I will surely crucify them." There was such a sentence printed on the title page of the book. And Doolan stared at that sentence and read it carefully. He also asked other people what words were printed on their scriptures. But this behavior was stopped by Jehovah, who did not allow anyone to know the words in their scriptures. The words in that book were given to them personally by the Lord. Everyone has their own scripture. The scriptures they possess will be reflected in the ascension ceremony. Today, Doolan saw another person with whom he had a fairly good relationship. What did his scriptures look like? "May the Lord guide my confused soul." Duran drew a cross on his chest. But his cross was different from the Orthodox Christian cross. The cross painted by Duran is an inverted cross. "Who is Jehovah?" A low and vicissitudes of voice suddenly sounded in the darkness, which made Duran, who had just finished the prayer ceremony, stand up suddenly. Who? A bat symbol slowly emerged from the darkness. "Who is the Lord? Who is the Lord?" Duran looked at the figure. The most important thing was that he stared at the figure, especially the bat logo on the chest. The Lord is the Father who protects everything and the God who leads us to new life. Duran's expression was extremely pious, and it was obvious that he had great trust in the guy who gave them the new Bible. But Bat didn't want to continue arguing with him on this issue. Bat rushed out in an instant and slammed Duran against the wall. "Tell me." The bat's eyes were so fierce that it made people scared. But although Doolan looked away due to the glares, he did not reveal any information. Some are just words with strong religious meaning. We are all just sinners walking in this world. But now is not the time for me to ascend to heaven. Although he did not dare to look at the bat, his tone did not waver at all. And he just said what he said smoothly, "Ascension." This was the first time Bat heard this sentence. But Bat almost instinctively felt that this thing might be the root cause of those homeless people falling directly from tall buildings. But at this time, Doolan didn't say anything. He just closed his eyes and waited quietly. It's not like the bat won't do anything to him if he hits it right. Seeing that Doolan, a dead pig, was not afraid of being scalded by boiling water, there was nothing easy to do for the bat. It is true that Duran has done many sinful things in the past, but he has already paid for those things with his experience after being imprisoned. But now he is just an unlucky person who was tricked into joining a cult. Doolan was directly thrown to the ground by the bat. When he opened his eyes, Aginware was the shadow of the bat. He was the only one left in the whole house. But his treasured scriptures were also taken away. As soon as Duran sat up, he could already feel the pain on his neck. The bat didn't make any drastic action against him, but the bat's sharp arm blade still opened a small opening in his neck. But it's not a big deal, it's just a scratch on the skin. But the most important thing for Doolan Nawan Sutra was taken away, which made him quite depressed. He stood up and shook his head. Jehovah once said that what they do will sooner or later attract those superheroes. Even Batman, who has just stepped down as President of the United States. If they really provoke Batmans, all they need to do is search all the places in their home. If it doesn't work, they can abandon the house. Because I don't know where bats might have placed things to monitor them. Doolan was very decisive. He took off all his clothes and threw them into the trash can nearby. Then he walked to the bathroom and began to wash his body. He even cleaned the wound on his neck, just to make all the monitoring methods of the bat ineffective. And this is what Jehovah once told them. If you encounter a bat, you must be wary of whether it has installed any tracking equipment. You must know that the bat's method of placing the tracker on them can be said to be invisible. After doing all this, Duran took out a new set of clothes from his wardrobe without even removing the tags. Put them on and left without looking back. This is no longer his residence, it has been entered by bats. And now he needed to go to Jehovah and tell him about the loss of his scriptures. Everything Duran did was indeed quite standardized and even cautious. But he did not realize that until the moment he left. The bat had been quietly watching everything that happened here. In the bat's hand is the scripture that has been opened. I will surely crucify them. This sentence is not the normal font color, but written on the paper with blood-red paint. With this font color, nothing needs to be said. Any normal person can already feel that there is something wrong with Christianity. The question is, how many of the guys who can really pass themselves off as homeless people are normal people? Bruce quietly looked at the little red dot displayed on the screen of his arm armor. Speeding towards Brooklyn. It has to be said that all the precautions Duran took were necessary. Because Bruce put at least 3 kinds of trackers on him. Even Duran himself may not have thought that Bruce no longer relies on the external trackers left on them. The scratch on Dulan's neck was not accidental. Even the current bat suit on Bruce is made of symbiote metal. And the current symbiote metal has been modified and nano-sized by Bruce. This also means that the tracking device that can be separated from Bruce's suit is not just an external one. There is now a small symbiote metal tracker in Duran's body and blood. Sending real-time location to Bruce. Bruce rolled over and landed with the Batmobile, which was always on fire ready. The Batmobile rushed out and quickly headed towards Duran's current location. Duran had already arrived at his location. After paying the taxi fare, Duran first walked towards an apartment in Brooklyn. But when the taxi completely left, Duran changed his direction and sprinted in the completely opposite direction. Even after making this choice, he still felt uneasy about his whereabouts and began to circle around Brooklyn. He turned around in one position several times. When he finally felt that no one was following him, he felt relieved and rushed towards his final destination. What he didn't know was that the bat had already been waiting quietly for him to complete this series of complicated route situations. These guys also seem to have received some level of counter-reconnaissance training. It's just that the training time was too short. And the guy who trained them was not a guy with strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities. Of course, it may also be because this place is not a particularly important place. For the Lord, they call it. It is just a dispensable base that can be abandoned. Dulan turned left and right and came to an abandoned subway station. He walked in and there was someone guarding the place. But Duran was quite calm about all this. He had long been accustomed to this level and in his mind. An organization that could allow people to go to heaven should be so rigorous. Dulan also knew the guys guarding here. They were the first batch of homeless people brought back by Jehovah. There is actually no difference between us. Duran was envious that they could guard this place. But at the same time, he was glad that he was not a guard here. Because if he were a guard, he would have been destined not to have the chance to ascend to heaven. Tramps like Duran who entered here later can have the opportunity to ascend to heaven. Everyone has their own needs. And everyone has their own needs. Why are you back? The guard was very alert when he saw Dulan coming back. You can already see the guards putting their hands on their waists, ready to draw their pistols at any time and attack Duran. I need to see the Lord, bats have appeared in my home. Duran spoke to the 2 guards anxiously. Divkles equals contentadv obviously. The appearance of the bat also made the 2 guards quite nervous. They have heard the name of bats and know that once they are targeted by bats, there is basically no way to escape. The guards on both sides looked at each other and nodded. But Duran did not notice the little movement between the guards. I know the rules, you can search me. I can guarantee that there is nothing left on me that can be traced. Duran was very anxious now. He needed to see Jehovah. He needed the scriptures. And he also needed Jehovah to give them the holy water he took could calm his mind. But the next second, the 2 guards at the door had already pulled out their guns and pointed them at Duran. Dulan was stunned by this scene. He didn't know why 2 people who seemed so amiable before now wanted to kill him. Aren't they all disciples of Jehovah who sat down? Are they not all faithful believers of Jehovah? The Lord has a command. Anyone who comes into contact with a bat will go to hell. A guard answered all the doubts for Duran. It was an order from their supreme Lord. Dulan felt calm after hearing this. He opened his hands to prepare for his own end. Perhaps this was his ascension ceremony. Close your eyes and wait for the two guards to shoot. Oh. The gun went off, but Duran didn't feel the weight on his body or any pain. He opened his eyes and was still in the abandoned subway station. The two guards in front of him had already been subdued. No one knows where the bats came from, but it is certain that the guards here are vulnerable to the bats, even if they have guns in their hands that can easily kill anyone. But now they can't do anything. Their arms have been broken by Bruce, and then their heads were smashed directly against the wall by Bruce. And they passed out. Why are you doing this? This is Jehovah's will. Duran was quite dissatisfied with Bruce interfering with other people's ascension ceremonies. He knew that he could fulfill his lifelong dream at any time, but was interrupted by this bat. Bat didn't say anything. He walked directly in front of Duran and knocked the guy unconscious with a knife. After the spider incident, Bruce had already begun to develop a more portable and multifunctional armor, and began to tentatively apply the various technologies he saw there to his own armor. Symbiotic metal can indeed do quite a lot, but sometimes it cannot keep up with nanotechnology. Fortunately, Tony Stark in this world has already developed nanotechnology, which also allows Bruce to nanonize the symbiote metal in his body during this period of time. And it is precisely because Bat's current armor has been nanosized that Bruce can analyze Duran's blood. Just like the mud Bruce talked about, there is indeed more or less hallucinogen in Duran's blood, and the persistence of this hallucinogen is quite long. However, unlike other hallucinogens, this kind of thing does not interfere with people's normal thinking, but only makes people more awake. However, according to Bruce's rough speculation about the potion, that thing should be induced under certain circumstances, causing those people to bow their heads to the so-called Jehovah. All the Bat needs to do is capture the Lord. He thought the gunshots at the door had alerted him, but he probably hadn't had time to move away yet. The Bat had scanned the entire abandoned subway station before entering here. There is only one entrance and exit here, and it is not connected to other existing subway stations. It can be said that this place has become an extremely hidden secret base that can be used by many people to do many things. Just like when King was not dug out from under Brooklyn, a base that can accommodate him to conduct collider experiments place. The Lord who used this place was not as wealthy and powerful as Kingpin. Bruce quickly ran towards the place where he initially scanned and determined that it could be used as a church altar. When Bruce rushed into the altar, he found that there was only one person sitting there quietly, with many candles lit around him, making the whole environment extremely strange. "You're here." The man sitting there didn't notice any changes due to Bruce's intrusion. He just looked at the scripture in his hand quietly. "Jehovah, yes, it's me," hearing Bruce call out this name. The man closed the scripture in his hand. It was almost exactly the same as the scripture in Dulan's hand before, except that the one in his hand was thicker, and even the cover was covered with blood-red writing. Jehovah slowly stood up and walked towards Bruce. At this time, Bruce could clearly smell a very strange smell. In an instant, the mask that originally exposed his chin had turned into a full-covering visor. Bruce filtered out all suspicious things. "Don't you think it's a little late to be cautious now?" Jehovah had already walked to the center of the altar. He opened his book and smiled at Bruce. "He who believes in him will not be condemned. He who does not believe is already condemned, because he has not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God." The Lord spoke to Bruce in John in the Bible. "And you are already guilty. They don't believe in the existence of the Lord. And they don't believe in my existence at this moment." Bruce felt that another scene was slowly opening in front of him. It is no longer the dark, abandoned subway illuminated by candlelight. On the contrary, it is a place that is so bright that it makes people unable to open their eyes, and makes people feel extremely warm. It seems that there should be the legendary paradise, a beautiful country where people can live a carefree life without worries about food and clothing. This made Bruce even more alert. He could be sure that he had filtered all the air he inhaled as soon as he smelled the smell to ensure that nothing other than air would enter his body. But everything he saw now clearly told him that he had been tricked. Jehovah looked at Bruce's current appearance and had no reaction. He just continued to speak to Bruce. People's hearts are vicious because they themselves are guilty. Human nature is hypocritical because they don't want others to hurt them. Following Jehovah's words, Bruce seemed to see another scene unfolding. It was no longer heaven, it was the hell opposite to the magma. And it was the location where countless demons were entangled. Demons do not come from hell nor angels from heaven. You know what? The thing I hate most is watching those criminals pretend to be repentant. But when they return to their own living environment, they still do what they should do. Prison doesn't change them, law doesn't change them. They just release all the pain they suffered during that time on others. Why give them a way to live? Wouldn't it be nice if—
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.